1. Should be good to go.
Stand by. 5, 4.
Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Tuesday, September 24th, 2024, and the time is now 10:18 a.m. I'm calling to order this public roundtable on shaping downtown DC strategies for increasing housing and building a vibrant community. Today, we are downtown at the square at 1850 K Street, an example of an exciting modern innovation of office space. Our focus today is on the financial challenges downtown faces, how we can ensure it's a place where people can work, live, and enjoy, and the role technology plays in shaping the future of our city center. Downtown DC has historically been a hub for federal workers, tourists, and businesses centered around our federal landmarks and offices. It's home to acclaimed restaurants, retail, and a great music and theater scene. But downtown is no longer meeting its full potential, especially as employers downsize and employees shift to hybrid or fully remote work schedules. 4 years before the pandemic hit, office buildings were beginning to empty out. So I began my push to focus on reducing commercial space and move toward one of DC's most urgent needs for housing. Some got it, but some didn't. We met resistance. When the pandemic hit, at the same time as magnificent advancements in technology, including remote work and artificial intelligence, it exposed more clearly how fragile our downtown economy is. Downtown was mostly a place to work as a monument or occasionally catch a show for a meal. But this model is not sustainable in today's world. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, downtown revenues were growing at 4% per year, but projected growth is now 2%. Downtown, which accounts for almost a quarter of our local revenue, is bringing in $243 million less in revenue. So yeah, downtown matters a lot to the future of the entire city. Funding for our schools, for public safety, for affordable housing projects in other parts of the city, money for our home ownership programs. As we sit here today, 4.5 years after the start of the pandemic, vacancy rates are speaking about smart. Many of them want to explore in all of these problems. This creates both a challenge and an opportunity for reimagine and visitors alike. First, we need significantly more housing for everyday people who make this work. Hospitality, government workers, and others. Maybe much of this housing goes down. Maybe downtown is less expensive. It's too expensive. It is our leverage for other parts of our city. Downtown also must remain a vibrant cultural hub. We already have world-class offering great potential for partnerships and expansion, while also welcoming voices. We have a jam in downtown place for streets, go-go, jazz, as jazz does in New Orleans, and where art galleries, theaters, restaurants, and small shops flourish. But just as important, those artists, those business owners should be all downtown home. To achieve these shifts quickly and effectively, we can't rely solely on government. The slow pace of bureaucracy hinders our ability to respond to opportunities and challenges. That's why this program can provide the agility and strategic guidance beyond this plan into meaningful action. We focus on creating a lively downtown throughout the day, stimulating business investment, job creation, and attracting new industries while boosting local revenues. I believe that it's most effective timelines and efforts really we shouldn't run from this because we can't outrun reality. We don't need to. We need to turn and face reality with an old constant action. We have a handful of plans about downtown. Specific thing, but here's how. Getting the job done. Things about where downtown DC Center and how we can get it to help us identify some. We'll begin with the Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Fitzgerald P. We'll give an overview of our economic landscape and trends. Then we'll dive into our future. Big Brand is a professor of practice at Georgetown University, Urban Regional Planning. Next, our housing panel will feature Patrick McNamee, Development Director at Somers Development Company, Terry Green, Executive Director of the Change All Souls Housing Cooperative, Yasmin Sand, Executive Director of the DC Policy Center, discussing strategies. First panel, create a vibrant full Montana Director. The development issues back and states. Finally, we'll close with the enhancing cultural recreational offerings panel featuring John Wayne, founder of the Price President of the Downtown Bid, to CANC Commissioner Mike Shangle, and Ethan Ellis, Executive Director. This final panel will explore how we use arts, entertainment, and visual activities. I look forward to learning alongside these voices from existing experts that we work to shape the journey. Now, all our witness, the witness this and system you should have received if you're registered witness for your please listen closely to your name and indicate that you participate virtually, but are here in person stand. Please let us help take this one. For witnesses joining by Zoom, when I call your name, the staff will attend to the panelists. See a pop-up on your screen. You need to accept the panel. Drop out of the material. Now, want to make sure his mic is on. Dr. Lee.
Good morning, fellow member. I think I have a presentation. So what as you mentioned in your opening remarks, what I'm going to do is give an overview of the district, some of the economic trends that are shaping the post-pandemic landscape for our fiscal picture, and I will end with showing what that, as of now, what that fiscal picture is. Next slide, please. So I'll start here. The first slide, what it shows is that since the pandemic, the district economic growth and its employment has actually lagged the US, and it has lagged the, as we'll see in another slide, lagged the rest of the metro area as well. However, underlying that is some positive in that when we look at things like employed district residents, income, and wages, the district is actually growing faster. It's actually growing faster than the US and in some places the metro area. So that is a good trend in terms of our income taxes. Next slide, please. Just to go back and focus on employment, as this shows, prior to the pandemic, the district was actually already lagging the metro area and the US. But that gap has widened since the pandemic. So as you can see, in terms of employment, the district has still not recovered that employees that were lost during the pandemic, whereas the US has more than recovered that, and the metro area just a tad bit are above that. So we're lagging on employment, and it actually shows up in some of the other areas in terms of when we look at, there are still shortages in hospitality, when we talk about hospitality people, because we just don't have the labor force that we used to have before. Next slide. This one shows that if you take it by sectors, in almost all the sectors that we have, we still haven't recovered the job loss. Only in professional and business services that we have actually recovered some of the population that has been lost. We're back to just about back to 100% of the profit of the employment that was lost. The other thing that you will notice on this chart is that the areas that we have a concentration of employment is professional and business services, federal government, are places that are most amenable to work from home. So the district, as you see in the subsequent chart, is behind other places because we're the kind of job that we offer here, nonprofit, professional and business services, federal government, those are the ones that are most easier to have remote working for. Next slide. So the next slide is a chart showing, and this is a measure that we get from Castle System. This is the hard swipe. And what it shows is that the return to the office has stalled. This from about 2022, we've been just below 50% of those card swipes. And there's some criticism that the card swipe is not an actual reflection, but when we look at other data, it might be slightly higher. But the trend that it has stalled, that means you're not getting a big, after the initial phase of people returning to the office, you're just not getting that big bump up. And we've been this way since mid-2022. The district, as it shows, this is not just for they do a top 10 city average. And it's all about the same with the trend. The district is just a little below the top 10. And if you look at just the surrounding metro area, the district is actually doing a little better than some places like in Northern Virginia and southern suburban Maryland. So the point here is that the return to office is probably what it's going to be. We're not going to get a big bump up in the return to the office. Next slide, please. So one of the other trends that's driving some of the revenue sources is high interest rate. So as you can see here, this is just showing that long-term interest rate because of the initial burst of inflation, the Fed raised the interest rate, and now if you look at long-term interest rate, they're much higher than they've been since the end of the financial crisis, and at some point it had been almost zero. The implication here, it has implication for both our commercial real property values and also for people buying housing, and I'll talk about that. Next slide, please. Here, it shows the impact of more remote work and the higher interest rate, what it has done to our commercial property. So at the same time that our vacancy rate has been steadily rising since the pandemic, it's now almost 17%, according to CoStar. At the same time, the income from those properties, the rents that they're getting, has also been stagnating. So you see, prior to the pandemic, it was actually rising. The rents for office was actually rising. Now it has really pretty much been stagnant since the pandemic. Next slide. On the other hand, if you look at housing prices, right after the pandemic, it flattened, so it plateaued. It didn't actually fall very much. Fell a little, but not much, and had actually plateaued, but it's rising again. And over the last several months, you can see a steady rise in the overall. If you look at rents, if you look at single family condos, all of those, what we've seen over the last several months are bumps in the prices. Rents for apartments has also been rising. When we think about housing, if you think about it in the context of supply and demand, what the rising rents and the rising prices signal to us is that demand outstrips supply, despite the fact that, and we'll talk about that in a minute, the population, a part of the population disappeared. What we're saying is the demand for housing is outstripping the supply. And compounding that, what we've noticed though is that building permits over the last several months have fallen dramatically. So that means you have a lead time for construction. And if you're not getting building permits, it means that people are not planning to build. So we think that will exacerbate that gap between supply and demand, and prices will continue to rise in the future. Part of that comes from what I mentioned earlier, that we have higher interest rates, and the construction business is very sensitive to interest rates. And so with a higher interest rate, we're not seeing a lot of construction happening. And so I think that's what's driving the fact that building permits are down. Next slide, please. One of the, I would say a positive trend for the district is that we lost a big portion of our population during the pandemic. But over the last 2 years, that has begun to pick up. So it's a good news, bad news story that we're still getting net domestic out-migration, but it has been more than made up in terms of natural increase, that means the excess of births over deaths, and international migration. And we're trying to dig into that international migration to see what happens. But that's the primary driver of our population increase. But the fact that population is increasing is something that's good for the district. Next slide. This chart, I just wanted to show that what's happening in the district in terms of net out migration is not an isolated phenomenon. What we have been seeing is what some people are calling the second great migration. There's been a migration from coastal areas towards the Sun Belt, the South and the Midwest. And so that's happening all over. It's not the district, it's not just a district phenomenon. We saw that, and these things are typically driven by higher housing prices. People are going where they can get low housing prices, jobs, higher income. And so it's probably a combination of those factors, and of course, the better weather as well. So all of those factors are combining to see a big migration from the coastal, northeast, northwest, north, south. Next slide. The other thing that's going to drive the district going forward is that right after the start of the pandemic, there was a big stimulus, two big stimulus that Congress passed these bills that basically injected directly into our fiscal structure and into the economy a massive amount of stimulus. Those stimulus are now fading. And so as those stimulus fade, we're going to see the effect on the economy in terms of lower activity, lower income. And one thing that I've been looking at is procurement in the district, just direct procurement by the federal government. And that has been very stimulative over the last several years. Again, that might continue as we move to more industrial policy. The stand the federal government has taken that it will be more into industrial policy supporting things like the chips. And it will show up as probably local procurement here as well, and that is likely to add some stimulus. But the big stimulus that came right after the pandemic is now fading. Next slide. So I want to end here with talking about how that changes the fiscal picture. So the trends that we've seen is that commercial property, which was prior to the pandemic, the largest single source of revenue for the district. That the growth of that is going to be constrained by the fact that we're going to end up, in equilibrium. We're going to have less people working in the city. Less people working in the city also have implications for our sales tax, in that not having as many people to provide the demand for restaurants and the rest of our hospitality is going to constrain our sales taxes. We have seen over the last, I mentioned before that we're doing well when it comes to income and wages. So the kind of jobs that district residents have tend to be higher paying jobs, whether it's in professional business services or federal government. There's a lot of that in the district. And so we're seeing rising income. So the individual income taxes have been growing. The individual income tax is also subject to what happened in the financial markets. And this year, we're actually seeing some constraints in that our take from the non-withholding portion has not been higher. But in terms of wages growth and what comes from the income taxes that come from wages, that continue to grow, and we see that growing. So the overall picture though, is that prior to the pandemic, our overall revenue grows somewhere between 4% and 5%. We're looking at it growing between 2% and 3%, just about the same as inflation, or maybe just a little above inflation. And the point here is that we're going to be constrained without policies that address the number of people that are in downtown that keeps it vibrant. We're going to have constrained revenue growth over the next several years. And with that, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for being with us and for that presentation. Really sort of sets the stage of where we are and what happens if we don't figure out our next step. One of the things that you mentioned toward the end of your testimony was that next to an early part of your testimony, we're a little above, I think you said 50% of people in offices on an average day. That's many fewer people patronizing downtown businesses. Do you see indications that the lack of people downtown during the day in offices is being made up for at all in other populations downtown in a way that will support those small businesses in the interim or long term?
So what we've seen when we also have been looking at sales taxes by different areas of the city. And the one thing I would say, in the areas outside downtown, we definitely see greater traffic in some of the areas like the Wharf and Navy Yard and so on. It's outside the main core downtown. And we believe this is our conjecture that if people in the district are working at home and those places tend to be more mixed use development, then they'll take the time out and they'll go down and shop at the local restaurant within that neighborhood. So towards something you said in your opening remarks, what we're seeing is that when you have a mixed use neighborhood, they do better than the places that depend on office workers coming in.
You mentioned low vacancy rates in housing, demand outstripping supply, combined with something that's really startling, a sharp increase in building permits for residential buildings, which is, as you explained in your testimony, means that housing is going to get more expensive. How does our housing market in DC right now compare to that of other major American cities?
So, DC is in the top in terms of, there are some cities like Stanford, in terms of expense, San Francisco, Boston, New York. And the district is right up there in the top. I don't have the exact ranking, but I know that, the district is one of the places where housing prices are above most of the top 10 cities. You know, I mentioned before about what people are calling the second great migration. And a lot of it is driven by the fact that housing prices are cheaper in those locales.
Does your office get any sense from businesses that decide not to locate to the District of Columbia? Any indication of how much housing prices or available housing plays a role in that?
And we don't have any data that indicate that. I don't think we've talked to anybody who located away from it. Mention housing price.
In past economic downturns, federal government expansion provided some real stability to the district's job market. It's unclear if that's going to happen this time. How does your office assess the potential for long-term economic impact on downtown DC? Let me put it this way. Does your office have any thoughts or predictions about whether we will see an expanded number of federal jobs that will stabilize our economy?
It's a great question because as you mentioned, traditionally, what we've seen in the data is that as during recessionary period, the federal government usually expands. And some of that did happen right after the pandemic, the federal government grew. But one of the things that was different in this year is that shortly, maybe a year after the pandemic, the federal government started losing jobs. And that was alarming because there are a quarter of the jobs that are in DC. Our conjecture is that, I mean, I didn't know any policies. Sometimes there are policies like in the early 1990s where they were downsizing government or reinventing government, I think was the term. But we didn't know any policy, and we think that they have to do with more federal government employees retiring. And then we were also in a period of very high job market, so it was hard to hire. But certainly, it was concerning for us that the federal government was actually shedding jobs. Over the past year, since late 2023, it has started hiring again. So we're seeing a pickup in the job prospect, but it is not enough to make up what was lost. And you know, one of the charts I had showed that the federal government is still below where we were after the pandemic. So to your question, we don't see that as a big source of growth. Part of that is technology is changing, and remote work might actually amplify that, is that people can work from anywhere. And so that in our projection is not going to be a big boost to the job growth.
As we look toward, and let me ask you, if you would move your mic closer to you, thank you. As we look toward revitalizing downtown, how can we align the district's budget to support the establishment and operation of whether it's a downtown economic development corporation or investments to convert buildings, build buildings, whatever it is, we're going to need some investment to transform downtown. What's your sense of the key financial considerations we should prioritize? So we're going to have to pull money from somewhere or increase taxes, which I don't think many people want to do right now, in order to stabilize and start to grow. What, as you mentioned in your testimony, and I mentioned in mine, the downtown economy, which really is the engine of the district's economy. So we've got to get this engine revenue. That's probably going to require some investment. What are some of the key financial considerations you think we should take into account as we're trying to figure out what that right investment is?
So I don't have any specific areas of the budget that we can move money around. But in terms of, consideration, what I see in terms of, on the one hand is that we do, as you mentioned, have housing shortage. And on the other hand, we have a lot of space that is frankly empty because as many people are working. So what I see here is an opportunity. Other areas that I've seen and then just looking around in terms of what strategies that our people are taking, are looking at places that the nature of that work is interesting. When we look at, a lot of places that are trying to attract more satellite campuses where you have students who can provide some of that. The biotech industry is one where they have labs and people have to be in those labs. So as we think about it, we have to think about things that will generate useful space that are, that are now available that are no longer being used for offices, and use that space in a way that will attract, whether it's people living here or people working here. But there's certainly some industries that are more amenable to people working in office, and that's a consideration that I think we should be going to. What are some of the areas that we can, and in terms of finance, it's probably going to be incentives to some kind of incentives to attract those kind of use office space usages here, industry that we can get.
And we will want to know whether or not we're on the right track before it's too late to pivot. And one of the reasons I think we should be strongly considering an economic development corporation because I think government is slow. I think we make really kind of staggered decisions. And I think that will be a fatal flaw. But whether it's a public-private partnership like economic development corporation or the recovery is led by government, we have to know whether or not we're moving in the right direction. How could we structure performance metrics to track our progress? What would be indicators to let us know yes, we're moving in the right direction or no, we're not?
So as you know, we do put out a monthly economic revenue trend. And so some of the indicators that you look at, of course, is employment, and not just overall employment, but what sectors the employment is growing. For the district and for our finances, what's even more important, because they make a distinction between jobs that are in the district and the jobs that are they're available for district residents. So the district resident, as you know, we can't tax commuters, but and commuters do provide a vital part in terms of the sales taxes and activities. But tracking resident employment is also very important because resident employment, those are what provide income, property, and sales taxes. One of the trackers we have been using just in terms of looking at people downtown, we've been using more data that look like we've just contracted from that look at cell phone data that gives us traffic various parts of the city. So having those kind of tools that can actually see whether activity is coming back to downtown or wherever else in the district, and being able to see that on a monthly basis in order to judge whether or not whatever strategy you're employing.
And so, revenue, residential, employment of residents, and on cell phone traffic. Would you suggest that any of these are leading indicators as opposed to lagging indicators?
So the employment is usually a lagging indicator for sure. I think the real-time telephone data is as good as you're going to get in terms of just seeing what the vibrancy is on a day-to-day, because these are things that can give you on a daily basis what's happening. So the higher the frequency of the data, the more you can get what's happening in real time.
So, I'm gonna start to close out, this panel. We have some, witnesses that we have time constraints. But to wrap this up, we have, significant amount of commercial office space. That is indicating that we're probably not gonna move much beyond where we are, which is about 50%. Many workers are not coming into the office 5 days a week, maybe not even 4 days a week. And we have, data suggests not enough housing, no housing coming on the market. If we do nothing, what happens to the district's finances over the next 5 years?
The picture I painted is that we're just barely going to grow according to inflation. So, if you look at your budget on the expenditure side, you're going to be the growth in terms of what we can do will be constrained by the revenue, the resources that we have. So, unless you're increasing taxes every year, like we did this year, which boosted the growth, but over time, if your base isn't growing, the only way to generate more revenue is to keep adding more, increasing the tax rate, and at some point that will come counterproductive. But what it means is that our base of the growth in our base will be constrained, and so the growth in our revenue will be constrained.
Dr. Lee, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for the work that you and your team are doing to keep us informed as we navigate this time.
And thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, we are going to call up our second panel of witnesses. This will be the future of downtown workforce panel with Jones, Public Building Commissioner for U.S. Services Administration, for Oleg, economic historian, author of Rethinking Real Estate, former chair of the Land Institute's Tech and Innovation Council in New York, virtually, Kuta Bendy, representative of the United States Regional Council of Carpenters, and Uwe Brandis, professor at Georgetown University, urban planning. We will start with you, Commissioner Dill. Thank you for being with us. I think a lot of people in DC recognize, but many people don't think about the important and inherent partnership between the federal government and the district government, between the significant federal presence and jobs, but also the federal presence. The amount of office space, both owned at least. This is the seat of the federal government, so we don't represent in this work. Okay, this important topic can begin the testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this public roundtable. Councilman White, good morning, everyone. I appreciate the invitation to speak with you today about this unique moment we have to really revitalize the District of Columbia and the opportunities we have to transform some outdated and underutilized federal assets into thriving places of commerce and excitement. As you know, the ways we work were changing long before the pandemic. However, COVID exacerbated the impact on economies and in downtown areas across. Unfortunately, the district is here harder than many cities. So let me talk about some of the ways the General Services Administration and Public Building Service are working with other federal agencies and all stakeholders to be that positive force we know that we can be. And as we look at our inventory, determine the best use of taxpayer dollars in modernizing and optimizing our portfolio, we are even more aware of including our local and national stakeholders in this discussion. GSA doesn't dictate where agencies have their offices, even if they have offices. We work with them to develop space requirements and find real estate solutions based on their vision. We have a commitment to all of the American people to make right real estate decisions for all agencies all across this nation. Our mission is to make sure that agencies can carry out their missions effectively and efficiently in order to maximize value for taxpayers. One, by optimizing their footprint. That being said, we know that means fewer buildings and less work translates into fewer people in the downtown area. But this is not unique to federal buildings, it's private sector companies, commercial real estate market all along the country. Unfortunately, many city centers like the street depend on a daily basis and are feeling the effects of all important places. The question is, how do we move forward in a smart, working hand in hand with communities? As we work with federal agencies, our evaluations may determine our own assets underutilized, should enter the decision process. And that is not a decision taken lightly. However, in some cases, the asset might be better used by giving the community our own outlet. Each building is unique. Each building's disposition strategy is tailored to meet the needs of the community. Should a property reach the disposition process that doesn't meet the property value, should be utilized by us. We have some valuable assets that may need a new owner and a purpose to continue being a vibrant part of the community. GSA knows that we need to continue our strategic partnerships with communities to reside in this consistent response. We see this as a unique opportunity to right-size the way that catalyzes development and support the district's plan to develop. Let me talk about a few recent examples. One is the disposal of West Haven Fund in Georgetown, which is now a $300 million development. Two, the sale of the Cotton Assets, a 564 unit development, including 37,000 square feet for increasing development. They are planning for retail and restaurants in the 100% market. And at the San Luis campus, we created more than 2,000 jobs and further analyzed economic activity surrounding a tour of DC. DHS has also vacated the Nebraska Avenue townhouse in San Luis. Once funding is received, relocating the remaining tenants in the disposition process for the benefit. All of this is the same. We want to be constant, ongoing dialogue with communities. I'll ensure we maximize the benefits of actions we take, especially when it comes to the disposition of property that the company already needs. In those cases, we want to help support and use the problem and analyze any potential adverse impacts. The president's fiscal year 2025 budget includes funding for the restoration of the Department of Safety, including the Kennedy Line, Right Building, all as well as the Clinton and Martin complex. We believe these smart investments in our portfolio will advance the region's economy. Another proposal to expand the allowable uses of the disposal fund. This authority will accelerate the disposition process by allowing GSAs and federal other federal agencies identifying and preparing for property rather than the disposition process. This too would benefit all communities with disposition property. Thanks. Don't forget to follow the public knowledge service on LinkedIn, X, and Instagram. You can reach out to PKS and she's for any questions on our services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Laura Pollak, economic historian and author of Rethinking Real Estate, and former chair of the Urban Land Institute's Tech and Innovation Council in New York, who is joining us virtually. Ms. Pollak, thank you so much for being with us. I see you speak to people a lot. You give people many more questions than answers. So I think it is only fair that we get to bring you in as a witness to help us navigate some interesting times. Thank you so much for being with us. You can give your testimony.
Thank you very much, Councilmember White, for the invitation and for this forum to share my views. I will get straight to the point. I think that as we think about the future of offices in downtowns, what we are going to see going forward, and we're seeing it now, but some of us still hope that it will go away or reverse. We are going to see overall lower demand for office space at the center of cities. We're going to see that remaining demand redistributed across the city. So some more office space demand closer to where people live, and of course also redistributed across the country and across the world, which is a broader issue. We are going to see the demand that remains. So people who actually lease offices and want offices, that demand will become more fickle and at the same time more demanding, in the sense that customers will sign shorter leases, demand more flexibility, and at the same time expect more services, more amenities, more kind of hands-on costs basically for the operators of these buildings, which means more pressure on the profitability of these buildings. Now, I want to point out that as we all still grapple with the effects of COVID-19, we cannot ignore the fact that these trends and the things that are driving what we're seeing now might even intensify. So things might get even worse for offices and the pressure on them. As we kind of battle to bring things back to the previous normal, we have to remember that COVID is not the only thing that's happening. And particularly, I'm talking about artificial intelligence, the growing quality and intensity of various collaboration technologies that enable more and more professions and more activities to be done remotely. And by remotely, I don't necessarily mean people sitting in their beds and or working from their kitchens, but even in terms of corporate offices themselves, companies have shown a tendency to distribute their workforce more and more, even before COVID. So to open the secondary, tertiary, fourth, fifth, even 10th office across multiple cities in order to tap into larger pools of talent, in order to hire the exact type of people that they want, in order to reduce some of the costs of hiring. So essentially with that, and I think with the growing importance of artificial intelligence and automation, we're also seeing already, I'm not talking about the future, but already right now, we're seeing that the basic relationship between labor and economic output has changed, meaning that fewer people can now produce more revenue, more growth, more units of GDP. In San Francisco, this is most prevalent as we see a technology boom, and at the same time, technology companies cutting workforce quite aggressively and using workforce much less than they did before this technology boom. And again, this is while the economy is still doing well. We have to assume that at some point we will have slowdowns as well and periods that are a little less pleasant than the current one. To all of that, we can add other trends that I think some mentioned before. We have an aging workforce, and the workforce is becoming more diverse. We have growing inequality, whether we like it or not, which again kind of changes the type of spaces and activities that we expect to see in the city. So to try to bring this to a close, I think cities in this new world have a more important role than ever. They are places where the economy, and whether it is builders or people that start businesses or employees, can experiment, can match with each other more easily, can find each other more easily, can access all sorts of things that are very much needed during this period. Great public spaces, great education, great healthcare, and even each other, just great community. And the cities that already have unique points of attraction are in a great position. I expect cities to be larger in 10 or 20 years than they are today, particularly the most successful cities that have something going for them. And DC definitely has that, whether it's government, a strong private sector, tourism, history, a central location at the heart of a vibrant economic corridor. So beyond doubling down on what makes cities great to begin with, being walkable, having access to public spaces and culture, I think the main role of cities over the next quarter century is really to make it easier for the economy itself to adapt to this new era, which means to try to lower the cost of experimentation for businesses, to make it easier to mix different uses, to convert between different uses, not to try to impose any views that were written 70 or 100 years ago in terms of zoning and what needs to be done in which part of the city, too hard, and also not to try to necessarily find the answer of what needs to be done in every place, but to create conditions for the answer to emerge. So again, to have this kind of great grid of infrastructure, but then within city blocks, let people try stuff, whether it's the businesses or the people that are developing things, to try and see what works. All of that does not mean, deregulate everything, let the market do whatever it wants, but focus regulation directly on the public interests that have to be protected. So whether it is noise or safety or pollution or climate change priorities, focus specifically on that, but make it simple and clear so that people can build stuff quickly without having to jump through many hoops, without a lot of uncertainty, which we have enough of as it is. And at the same time, of course, make sure that you prioritize your goals, but again, do that directly. If you want more housing, if you want shorter commutes, focus directly on that. Make it clear to the rest of the market what exactly you're trying to achieve, and try to make as much as possible of the regulations to be things that are as of right, known in advance to everyone, and that people can just build around rather than kind of go through a process of discovery that takes them 5 or 10 years just to start building what they want to build. Because our cities need to adapt, and even under optimal conditions, these type of adjustments take at least a decade or so. And there's a hard way to do it and an easy way to do it. Cities can come back, but we don't want them to spend 20 years in the wilderness until things get pleasant again. We can do it much faster. And overall, I think it's an opportunity for cities, particularly for cities like DC that already have so much going for them and are so attractive in so many ways and already have a lot of the characteristics that I think cities in the future need to have more of. Again, whether it's walkability, public transport, culture, history, diversity of industries, etc. So thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that can contribute to the discussion.
Thank you so much for being with us. We will turn to our final witness on this panel, Uwe Brandis, professor at Georgetown University, Urban and Regional Planning. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mike Wortham?
Is the mic working? Is the mic working?
Yes.
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Uwe Brandis. I'm professor of practice at Georgetown University, and I lead the Georgetown University Global Cities. I also serve as chair of the DC Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency. I served on the steering committee of the Downtown Action Plan, and it was my great privilege to collaborate directly with the Gallery Place Task Force on the work reimagining Gallery Place. Many years ago now, I worked in and led the visioning and redevelopment of the perspective with respect to what was possible in the district. And all the comments today are my own. I'm currently working with the National Building Museum on a national review of downtown planning in the post-pandemic era. What I see looking across the country are 3 different typologies of the way in which cities are dealing with their downtowns. First, we have cities like DC that are highly dependent upon public transportation, where the public transportation systems have been built to support their downtown. And those cities, understandably, are really struggling right now, and I think our city falls within that category. There's a kind of second typology of city that is completely automobile dependent. And those cities remarkably are doing okay. The real estate markets are doing okay. And I think we think back to the pandemic, traveling around in cars is the absolute most efficient form of social distancing. It's the way in which we isolate ourselves from everyone else. And so we kind of see coming out of the pandemic that the health crisis didn't really have as great of an impact on those downtowns as the transit dependent ones. And then we have a third category of city, and I believe this is the category that we need to aspire to be part of. And these are the cities that are aggressively using this moment to reimagine themselves. And I think of cities like Boise. I think of cities like Nashville. I think of cities like Salt Lake and Austin. These are cities that are powering through this moment with new economic development strategies that reposition their downtown, not as a series of defensive,
risk mitigation strategies. But it's really a kind of an offensive strategy to reimagine their entire city. That's where we need to be in Washington, D.C. And we are already on our way to get there. If you think of our downtown here in D.C., we have such incredible assets at our disposal. Our metro system, as I mentioned before, is something that we cannot keep our focus from. We really need to focus on our metro system and think about how to leverage our amazing metro system such that our downtown is reinforced as the center of our entire metropolitan region. This is such a key point. And so anything that you can do, council member, to work with Metro and make Metro work better is a way in which we can reinforce our downtown. Our office market within the downtown, even in the state that it is in today, is an amazing asset. We have incredible tenants in our downtown. We need to work with those tenants and first of all, retain them, but work with them and understand what economic opportunities we can imagine working together with those stakeholders. We have an unparalleled set of assets associated with culture. In your opening remarks, council member, you reiterated this. Culture of our downtown is what allows for people to come together. It's a social opportunity that we have to leverage our downtown, not just for the residents of the District of Columbia, or even not just for the residents of our metropolitan region, but we need to see ourselves as a global city, as a place where people come together to exchange ideas and to be in Washington, D.C. These are the baseline ingredients on top of which we can build a residential strategy in our downtown. This is such an exciting opportunity right now, and we've already made some incredibly important first steps. Mayor and council working together have created a lot of new tools now for residential projects to emerge. We have to double down even more. The idea of living in downtown DC needs to be socialized. It needs to be developed as a more concrete opportunity. In my experience, working on redeveloping the waterfront in DC, is that these things happen slowly and incrementally. And so we need to think very carefully about the West End. We need to look, from my perspective, more critically at the entire Massachusetts Avenue corridor. And we need to look, of course, at Penn Corridor to work with those existing residential communities within our downtown and work to let them grow. Just expecting residents to move downtown in the abstract is not going to work. People want to live in communities. I just want to close by saying this is an amazing opportunity to collaborate across all sectors in an interdisciplinary way. The only way downtowns will move forward is through an all-of-the-above strategy. There are no silver bullets. There's not one policy or one entity that's going to be able to carry the day. We all need to work together and find new ways to collaborate across sectors, and that includes the nonprofit sector as being a core element of any economic and residential development strategy in the downtown. We need to welcome outside collaborators, and we need to make them feel like they are part of this great journey that we're on to reimagine our city. I just want to close by saying we have a whole variety of really incredible public-private partnership structures in place already. And I just want to underscore the important work, both over on a day-to-day basis, that the business improvement districts play in really fostering an inclusive, collaborative environment for people to advance our downtown. Thank you so much for this opportunity today.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate each of you being with us. Our representative from the Corporation Union won't be able to join us. but we will engage them and others separately. Let me start with Commissioner Jones. With so many federal buildings downtown, you mentioned in your testimony the strategic partnerships with jurisdictions, good neighbor policies. How do you see the federal government partnering with the district to support a vision for revitalizing downtown?
Thank you for that question, Councilman. I think part of it is the partnership and GSA, the Public Building Service being as transparent as possible with the District of Columbia, as possible about some of our assets. Late last year, without being very public, we made clear that we had every intention of disposing of the loan all the time. We telegraphed that intention of the Nebraska Avenue complex, which has one last component of Homeland Security there. And after that component was over to San West Campus, that we plan to dispose of that. I think last week we had an open session in Part 8 where we discussed the building of the cybersecurity infrastructure agency on the West Campus. And we've been working closely with the executive director of the East Campus about what that means, because the cybersecurity agency does a lot of work with outside contractors. There's the possibility that many of them will want to locate in close proximity to the city headquarters on West Campus, perhaps they're on East Campus. And last week we announced that we have our intention of auctioning off the Webster School, which is at 9th and H Northwest. This is GSA's attempt to look at our portfolio as part of our national portfolio plan to say which federal buildings do we need, which can we dispose of. And in the past, PBS has worked constructively with the central employment area, and that has expanded over the past year. Coincide with the district's plans for redevelopment. Mr. Brandis talked about the Anacostia waterfront plan, and I like to think of the work on this side of the 11th Street to the 14th Street bridge, the DC Arch project, something that we work collaboratively with the District of Columbia on. The bill that we started as the Southwest waterfront bill, but I'm not sure the GSA had equities in there, but that's an example of the federal government working collaboratively with the District of Columbia and the vision that they had. And it also applies to the Nominee, where the headquarters of GSA temporarily located. I think also until very well with the District of Columbia's plan, we developed an the metro station in the that's paid for 1/3 of the government, 1/3 of the developers, and 1/3 of the help blossom that. So part of the reason that I'm here today, well, we have a national portfolio. We know the largest portion of the GSX portfolio is here in the National Capital Region, right? We control about 90 million square feet to the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. And we're the largest. Telegraph what we're going to do. And when you present us with opportunities to work closely with you, we will. The last example I'll bring up is the possibility of connecting Southwest waterfront to the mall. Right now, as I mentioned, literally all of the it's out for sale. Bureau Engraving and Printing is moving to Maryland. And that's a piece of property that can very well be disposed of in the future. But I've met with local district officials and I will continue to kind of telegraph, these are our plans. What are your plans? Where can we meet you in order to do things that can be mutually beneficial? We include all of this auspices of the Good Neighbor Program and the executive order by President Jimmy Carter that said the federal government should be working cooperatively with local governments to understand what their needs are and there are opportunities to work for them. Should be. And that's my
I appreciate that commitment, and the District of Columbia is committed to a partnership there as well. And all of us are figuring it out as we go. DC agencies, DC government agencies that are back in the office, when I go visit them, they're ghost towns. I'm gonna have to call a question on DC agencies at some point, whether it is a good use of DC taxpayer funds to own and lease buildings in DC where people just aren't there. One, that costs the city money. Second, it takes a value plan that we need to start thinking about what we can do. One other thing we can do. Now, as you mentioned in your testimony, where agencies are located, how much space is not GSA's call exactly. But as opportunities emerge in the future, let's say the federal government, you know what? We don't see people in the office. It's not worth federal tax dollars for now. We don't know. It's 20 years. Do you see any possibilities that the federal government look at short of disposal that would allow utilize federal space without people continuing to control of that sense?
Well, there are certainly possibilities. I can think of two high-profile projects here. Hotel Monaco, this one's the old post office. The federal government retained ownership, but we essentially put a private vendor in charge of revitalizing the site. Post office building. That is not in that agreement. Take ownership, but a private developer for $2 million. The site, that's the lot of folks who there are possibilities. That is not necessarily our bonus, but what I can tell you is I remain open to those types of partnerships. But in the future, because sometimes there are historic problems. Private sector says that's great. We don't want actual ownership of it. You got to protect the ownership of the development of it. We will operate that site, and I think both of those sites operate to the benefit. Tax revenue. I thought a lot about that. Bustling site, economic activity, thousands of patients. The doctors, I would think they shut down these. It became a drag on money. And we've since brought it back to economic vitality. So we're always looking to those kind of situations. But we also have a large mission of managing the public state portfolio boundaries. We don't get enough capital dollars to manage our assets and thinking out but they're
I'm going to ask them to talk closer to the mic there. Some folks are virtually recording, some difficulty hearing us. I would just say to us district folks as we think about it, sometimes the federal government will say, we don't think we see a long-term use for this property, or maybe there's a short-term use for this property, but often the federal government has other things that's happening in the district. Government leaders, private sector, folks, the public may need to bring some of those ideas to the federal government to consider temporary uses, short-term uses of properties. Jordan Paul, you said a couple of things in your testimony that really sparked my interest. That you spoke about redistributing office demand, which made me think that we need to be thinking about offices in other parts of our city. And I think about that in connection with something else you said around reducing restrictions, zoning and other restrictions. So what I'm hearing is yes about the future of downtown, about the District of Columbia more broadly. What are some specific ways that you think we could create the conditions for innovation, both downtown but also outlying parts of the city?
So probably the easiest one would be to loosen zoning both downtown and in the surrounding areas. And I'm aware that the government doesn't always have full control over all of these things, or the same government doesn't control both of these things at the same time. But essentially, people want to work closer to home, they want to commute less. They will probably move to more places whether we like it or not. So whether we provide an office there for them or not is up to us. At the same time, at the center of the city, we will need more housing, more retail, and more mixed activities in general, because office is just not going to be able to carry the load anymore. So again, I think it comes down to zoning and land use, but also even things that are allowed to make it easier for them to come about. Basically, again, reduce uncertainty, be very, very clear. You can regulate as much as you like, but just make it very clear and with less room for, surprises and things to get drawn out. And for downtown specifically, I like a lot of what I've heard from the other panelists as well. I think generally, really doubling down on what makes DC already great and attractive. It's already a walkable city. It already has more than other cities, a captive audience of sorts, because people have to come here in order to deal with the most important entity on earth. So to double down on that, on the culture, on the history, on the kind of daily experience, I think essentially it means cities have to think more like consumer products. Assume that your customers have a choice and that you have to convince them to come back every day. And again, in terms of what it means towards the public sector, the private sector, simply make it easier for people to build and to try stuff. One more thing I would add beyond just zoning and land use, even the size of the actual plots that are available in the market makes a difference. If people can experiment more simply on smaller projects, that's healthier for a city. In New York City, for example, we have a problem that to build anything, you probably need today like $400 million or something. There's only giant projects. And with that kind of stuff, they both take very long time to get to the market, and they kind of drive a conservatism both from the developers, but also from the lenders and everyone around them that are basically not willing to try anything new, even though the city demands it. So often, unfortunately, it's easier to do what you've always done, even if it's not going to work, than to try something new and be the one that actually tried and failed. But if you reduce the cost of that failure or make it easier for people to fail more quickly, then the kind of new forms and new solutions will emerge.
So one of the things you mentioned was well, one of the main things we've spoken about, housing. We have an economy that is deeply anchored by tourism and nightlife, retail industries that don't pay a ton of money, but the further we push the folks who work in those industries from the city, the more their calculation about commuting into the city becomes different. So it does have an impact, how it has such a direct impact on our economy overall. Downtown land is expensive. I wonder if you've seen examples of the country or frankly around the world that could give us some insights on how that the average working person can afford with that.
Unfortunately, I didn't hear the last part of your question, which seems like the most important part. If you could repeat that.
Yes, my apologies. Have you seen any examples in the country or in the world that could give us some insights on how to create housing that the average person can afford downtown?
So one is to just, build as much as possible. I'm not denying the need for a role of government in, specifically building other solutions where, in terms of affordable housing or other programs that are available. So I don't think it should be either or. But the simple answer is basically to allow more construction. Second, to have great infrastructure that both can support this new construction. And second, can open up new areas of the city to be relevant for people. Again, to have access to their work from there, to have access to retail, to great experiences basically from there. So if you have more available land there or cheaper land there, to integrate that land better with the rest of the city so that the advantages of the city can apply to those parts that are underdeveloped. frankly, it's really quite simple. I mean, it's very, very hard to do, but in terms of what needs to be done, I don't think it's very, very complicated. In terms of cities that do it well, I mean, Tokyo is the ultimate example of, a place that is very, very dense, but at the same time has great infrastructure and public services. So it allows that flexibility and almost chaos within its city blocks in terms of letting people mix uses and build almost whatever they want and start any type of business. But around it, there's this very kind of firm grid of great public infrastructure uh, that enables people across a relatively large area to access everything the city has to offer and to kind of create that synergy that comes from being part of a large city, even if you're not living exactly at the center of it. And it also has multiple centers, which is another fact. So it's not just about having that one area, but I think part of what we're going to see with that people working closer to home phenomenon is also that good cities will have they can have five different centers of sort, like the balance will shift a little bit and even out. And again, DC already has kind of an early stage kind of examples of that. There's already different parts, and some of them are kind of central in their own right. But to empower each of them to grow and to enable a connection between them that makes all of them more valuable together, I think is kind of part of the game here.
So as we look to the future and figure out our next steps and act quickly, do some of the things you mentioned, look at regulation, what makes it easier for people to try things, actually trying new things. So not just planning to do the things, but doing the things. And what are your thoughts on whether transforming downtown can or should be led effectively by either a public-private partnership or by government agencies? Do you see a strong benefit to one versus the other?
I can't say I see a strong benefit, but I think from experience, public-private partnerships should probably play a big role here. Again, if I look, for example, at what happened in Lower Manhattan in the late 90s, early 2000s, and the kind of reconversions of a lot of old offices there into housing, or some of the public parks and kind of less prosperous parts of Manhattan, there are some great examples of public-private partnerships that have done well there. I think they work best in cities, again, that have enough of kind of market demand to make them attractive to good operators. And I have no doubt that DC has that. So I wouldn't recommend it to every city, but for DC specifically, I have no doubt there's a lot of great companies that would love to invest money and experiment and support the stuff that needs to be built and needs to be done together with government. And at the same time, in DC, I don't think that anyone is worried that the private sector is going to take over the city because it's very much a government city. So you can afford to take to experiment a little. But generally, I'm less of an expert in the exact policy details. I'm good at predicting the future 5 to 10 years ahead. The details other people do better than me.
Right. Well, if we get the big picture right, we'll be on the right track.
Yeah.
Professor Brandis, you mentioned a few places as examples of aggressively using this moment to reimagine themselves: Nashville, Austin, Boise. What are some of the things that they are doing, and what would you see as their underlying philosophies?
Yeah, that's great. I see kind of two different strategies. One is maybe Boise is a good example of this. They're using this moment to develop new industries. And they're using their downtown specifically as an incubator for those new industries. So that's really exciting. That's a really forward-looking perspective. Then I see other cities, and maybe I'm thinking about Salt Lake, but also a city like San Diego that has had, even from before the pandemic, a very clear residential development strategy for their downtowns. And I see them executing very powerfully through the pandemic and through this post-pandemic period that we're in. And so those are kind of two different models that I see. One built around residential development and another around the creation of really the curation of new industry in their city.
Whether it's residential development or curating new industries, or as Oleg said, trying new things, there's a gap between planning to build housing and planning to try new things and having those things actually happen. What does it take, looking at these other jurisdictions that you mentioned, what does it take to get new things going against?
I think, just to boil it down to a very essential, it means being prepared and effectively communicating with outside capital. This is outside capital flowing into those cities. We know this very well in these periods of between 2000 and 2015. We have lots of capital flowing into our city from around the world. We need to get back to that spirit of welcoming capital into our city. And I know everyone's working really hard on this, but we need to really kind of imagine why people want to be in downtown.
And then act on that. On residential, beyond office conversions, and most folks know some buildings can be converted to housing, but also when you create communities, housing is only one aspect of it. Focusing on housing, substantial housing down.
That's not just going to happen in the abstract. Like, one of the points in my testimony that I believe is very, very important is that communities grow organically. Nobody wants to live alone somewhere on a street without any neighbors. So looking at the West End with their existing residents and thinking about how those areas can grow further into the downtown, looking at the Massachusetts Avenue corridor, which is you look at the land use map, right? That's the divide within our city. Everything north of it is residential, everything south of it is office. Thinking about the Massachusetts Avenue corridor as a great residential street is something that we should be thinking about. And then whether it's Gallery Place or Penn Corridor, working with the existing community there to see, okay, well, how can this community grow? So thinking organically in a very place-based manner is the path forward, I believe.
And in terms of the vehicle you mentioned, I think it was toward the end of your testimony, when we think public-private partnerships, think of the existing ones like is that are doing really some phenomenal work in our city. I made it clear. I think we need to be looking at an economic development corporation. This is a public-private partnership that has the authorities, that has the mandates, that articulates the timeline and metrics. We hold them accountable to actually the vision. Do you see, what is your view on leadership of this effort? Should it be with the government? Should it be with an economic development corporation, public-private partnership? Should it be with the bids? What's your view of what that's supposed to be?
Yeah, I have two thoughts on that. One is very tempting to create a new tool or to find a single strategy and put all your bets on that strategy. I think, we have to be very careful to understand that downtown is an amazing, complex place with so many different stakeholders. So just creating one tool or kind of into one strategy, I believe is not something that. Secondly, there are core responsibilities of government that are never right? And yet, as we also heard from the testimony, we need to find a way to be flexible. And so creating another entity is not going to make the government more flexible. The government needs to, speaking specifically around transportation issues, as you mentioned, housing policy issues. These are the boundary conditions that allow for development forward or not. And in my experience, those need to remain in government, and we need to find ways in which stakeholders can come together, explore the issues, and forward together. The issues are of sufficient complexity that, sort of creating an entity by itself is I believe not just magic, something corporate. And listen, we have a lot of entities in these extraordinary entities, including one government entities that we leverage to a greater degree.
What are your thoughts on if, do you believe we need a timeline for, setting the vision and then executing the vision?
Well, I think that's always useful. And, the mayor, with their housing goals, use different kinds of development goals as a way of organizing the conversation and importantly, engaging the private sector. So yes, absolutely. Again, I don't think we're gonna create a single strategy and execute against it. Previous comments here about being flexible with willing to experiment and iterate. It's a big challenge. It's a very big challenge. To just create a single plan and execute against it, I think we're already done.
I hear that. I guess I think about it. I had not realized that that you worked for former mayor Williams and his administration. There were a lot of things going on in the city, but he set a big goal to grow the population by 100,000 residents. I was saying sort of 80-20 thing. One of the things that we can do that have the biggest impact. Set a clear goal, set a time for that timeline for that goal, and go execute the goal. I worry here that we can spend a million years on a lot of details and shit pieces. But if we don't clarify those big goals and then go get them, I think we're gonna rerun 5 years from now. So whatever vehicle we use, and whatever the details are, what the big goals are, and now whatever the vehicle is, that's our there. But I want to have you mentioned something that caused some concern, which is that the adjustment can take time. I think you said it can take years. What do we do now? What should inside cities be thinking about doing now? And what are the indicators that we are moving in the right direction so that we're not finding out 10 years from now that our strategy to check our work?
Yeah, I think one, obviously there's the bread and butter stuff, of course, in terms of like crime, cleanliness, the basic stuff that just shows that the city is physically healthy. Then migration patterns, so net in, net out, job creation. And job creation also gets a little trickier because now it's more about the type of high earners that live in your city and actually pay taxes rather than necessarily where they actually register to work or not. So even in terms of what you measure. Tourism and then kind of attractiveness to, both through kind of individual tourists, but also to conferences and larger events and things like that, which again, my hunch is that DC is doing well on, but I know that we're still recovering from COVID. I was just there, by the way, until a few days ago last week for the Atlantic Festival. So I missed you by a few days, but my wife wouldn't let me stay for another week in DC. But so I think there's that. And then in terms of like the actual things that are being built, so in terms of new housing units, tracking housing costs to make sure things don't spiral out of control. Obviously, if you see that office vacancy is persistent, both real market vacancy and also I know that like federal building vacancy, which is even higher in many cases than what's happening in the private sector, to make sure that it is being addressed. So if it is indeed as empty as it is, to make sure that things are being done to take at least some of these buildings off their current use and to start the process of turning them into something else. And then there's a variety of investment measures, just again, in terms of like the interest of the private sector in coming to DC, in putting money into new projects, whether it's opening new stores and small businesses, or it's like the redeveloping and developing whole new buildings. Yeah. So I think with everything, I have no doubt that DC is doing a lot of things that it should be doing. what I'm trying to instill is that sense of urgency, because I think with a lot of urbanists, there's this kind of urban triumphalism of like, oh, cities always come back and they're always attractive, and looking at the history of again New York or even DC, yes, they do come back, but again, we don't want them to come back like in the 1950s to a 1990 kind of journey. We want them to stay alive now. And as one of the former speakers mentioned, I also think we should take not just a defensive thing, a defensive approach. It's really like we have a great opportunity to reimagine our cities. I think in terms of the people themselves, they already tell us what they want more of, what they enjoy having in the city and what they want to spend more time on and what they want to spend less time on. So it's really about adapting to that, like to, things that are clearly attractive to people and healthy and pleasant and good for the environment, and also things that are good for small businesses and large businesses that allow them to experiment and try new things, because this is not just a crisis of cities. Our economy is just during a very radical transition that doesn't happen very often, and nobody knows what they would need in 10 years in terms of resources and type of employees and where they should be. And I think cities historically have been very, very good at actually accommodating this type of uncertainty and allowing people to reduce the cost of experimentation and allowing society to reduce those costs, again, in terms of allowing access to education and healthcare and great public facilities that even when things are a little rough or uncertain, at least provide grounding that give people the basic stuff that they need to remain happy and live with dignity. So, yeah.
I appreciate that. Let me sort of round up this panel, coming back to Commissioner Dooms. A lot of conversation about where the District of Columbia is going, particularly our downtown. As came out in this panel, we need to think about all well, give this shift for remote work and thinking about things like how is GSA approaching the future of the federal jobs in downtown? You all have plans, or are there anything that you're thinking about in terms of the amount of space that federal workers occupy, where that space is?
So what I'll say is, I believe we're not so much focused on the jobs part. Agencies tell us what their program requirements are. GSA's response. Agencies decide how often programs work and how much space they might find. Now we're responsible for sharing with them different types of workspace solutions. But beyond driving the jobs or helping agencies understand what their options are. You've got X amount of people that work for the agency. You've got X amount of days required to be in the office. The mission says you need a lot of collaborative space or less collaborative space. Listen to them, provide solutions. I think for the context of your question, we're not going to generally mess with the central employment area as defined by the District of Columbia. Unless the District of Columbia speaks very clearly the same. We like to expand it, we like to contract it in order to work with collective economic development goals. And what I can promise you is there will be partnership in that area. I would also put you to Eco District plan put together by the National Capital Planning Commission, which is a local range planning document coming about certainly 2013, which I can say is the federal government's kind of goals in terms of working with the District of Columbia to say what the future of downtown could be. Now, although that document came out in 2013, I don't know that it's been fully developed, but I think someone can clearly point to that and say that is the vision the federal government has for the downtown area. So it can change. It can be modified. I will say, federal government seems to district. And I've been there a lot.
Thank you for that. I want to thank this panel. Each of you really are in tremendous demand. But you all gave time to help the District of Columbia in a time where, like many other jurisdictions, we're trying to figure out what our future is, how we shoot our best shot. So I really want to thank you for being a part of this very important conversation, being partners in our work, and look forward to continuing to work with you guys, flesh out our needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We are going to take a 10-minute recess to work on some tech issues. I want to make sure everybody, whether they're in the room or doing virtually, can hear. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. The plan is to resume at 12:05. So we are in a brief recess. for their patience. And I do understand some people viewing through the Zoom link are having some trouble hearing. I'll try to make sure I'm speaking up and we'll remind witnesses to speak up. When you re-listen to this later through the link, the audio should be clear. It's coming in clear. Many places, unfortunately, not, but when folks listen to it or watch this here later, the audio should be more clear for now. We will do our best to speak up, and I apologize. We are going to our third panel. I'm excited to have with us Patrick. This is the housing development. I'm excited to have this magnetic development director of Solaris Development Company. Terry Green, executive director of King Wholesale Housing. You know, we will, I'm sorry. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. We'll start with you, Patrick. Maybe you can begin your testimony. Thanks again for being with us.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. My name is Patrick Mackay, representing Somerset Development Company. We are a mission-driven developer that specializes in building and preserving affordable and mixed-income housing for the district and goals. We appreciate the opportunity to testify. I would like to start with the caveat that our company has not built any housing downtown to date. However, we have completed projects in many other areas of the city and are very committed to support. Testimony today may focus on the economic housing development, but overall, the affordable. Starting with the overall housing, it is important to emphasize that we are currently seeing a dramatic slowdown in construction projects across the city. Part of this is cyclical macroeconomics. High interest rates are meant to slow the economy and inflation, and this impact has been especially effective in multi-family construction. However, it does appear that the construction slowdown may be particularly pronounced. Rental inflation is still running hotter here than it is in many other cities. In fact, as of August, the DC Metro had the 7th highest rate of rental inflation in the country for the last year at 3.5%. While that is not something to celebrate, it is an indicator of persistently high demand that should be spurring more housing construction, but it is not. For any housing project to work, you need functioning equity markets, functioning debt markets. Typical capital split for a new apartment project may be 40% equity, 60% debt. For a 100-unit concrete construction project, the cost may be around $50 million. That means you need to raise around $20 million equity for institutional investments, $30 million debt banks for other projects. These are big dollar amounts. To make these projects work, you have to commit to both the investor and the lender community. The projects are safe, dependable, and meet standard return benchmarks or would justify the project. We know that the investment community does have concerns right now about this, and raising money for these types of projects. Similarly, we know that many banks, especially regional banks, are in a crouching defensive posture and only willing to lend fairly low risk projects. That is not an easy environment for developers. I'd like to explain why construction starts are lagging here in DC, despite persistently strong housing. In downtown in particular, one of the biggest challenges is expectations on land. Downtowns across the country became monolithic office areas for centuries. Office rents were much higher than even the residential projects by offering higher prices for land. Land values downtown are historically higher than the rest of the city because of the city's office space. But residential projects will never work economically at those land values yet. It is extremely painful for those who own these buildings, for the banks that are lending, and for the city that depends on their tax rate. But the only way for residential projects downtown to move forward at scale is to have some decline in value. Of course, it is able to avoid a crash, but some control and limited decline is together. New residential projects can't work if they have to pay a huge premium land compared to the rest of the city. Finally, I'd like to talk about affordable housing in particular, which is really our bread and butter at Somerset. We are excited about opportunities to develop affordable housing downtown, but we also have to be realistic about them. Affordable housing can never pay for itself. It always requires subsidies in order for the math to work. And right now, there are little to no subsidies available because the city is pursuing emergency bailout of existing affordable housing projects that are at risk of foreclosure due to spiraling crisis of rent. This crisis will lead to the loss of about 22,000 existing affordable units, or approximately $460 million, ranges to government investment, trigger massive displacement crisis that actually force many of the district's affordable housing projects out of that state. Fundamentally, we cannot address the issue of allowing downtown without solving this problem first. We are stuck in an endless cycle of emergency management and sapping all the investment needed to build housing. We cannot count on tax payments or mandates to somehow build affordable housing scale downtown, especially not when the entire industry is in a complete crisis. I know this is not a hopeful message, but I think it is important to convey the urgency. Building affordable housing downtown is a worthy and exciting goal. We want to hope to be able to participate in, but unfortunately, there have to be a medium term. The short-term need to talk about needing to get our affordable housing ecosystem back. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for being with us. Let me ask everybody to please move the mic closer to you. Terry Green, Executive Director of Change on Soul Housing Corporation, co-chair of the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Thank you again for being with us. You can begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you for having us here. I'm actually co-chair of the Rental Housing Working Group. Not that,
My apologies.
I work for, as an executive director of Change Also Housing Corporation. It's been 40 years in the district providing affordable housing, in particular in Columbia Heights. We have been consistent in our support of the neighborhood and the district in general. We work with DCHA, DHCD, DCHFA, HUD, Fannie, Freddie, private lenders, and many partners. And that's how it always has been and how it always will, as far as we can tell. You know, we need the support of the lending community to help us accomplish what we do, much as Patrick was talking about. I really appreciate the leadership that you've shown in convening this working group, this roundtable. And we really hope that we're looking at reforming the whole regulatory and finance system that you're thinking about. And while we're doing that, I want to emphasize the importance of not starving the rest of the affordable housing in the city. That is a situation that is a great concern. Patrick, some of that is just public-private partnerships have been key to everything we do, bringing in private sector debt as well as government subsidy, and a mix of affordable and market rates means that, you know, even downtown, which is going to be the most expensive, some of the most expensive land in the city, we don't want to neglect bringing affordable housing to that area. Over the past five years or so, particularly in post-COVID environment, there's been a history of banks making unsustainable loans in what was a very low interest rate environment. That is now reversed. Interest rates have come up, and while they're coming up again now, they're still significantly higher than essentially 1% rates we've seen or fixed rate 3%. So developers, especially in the affordable area, are underwater on their mortgages. We don't like to talk about it, but it's reality. There's been a lot of irresponsible lending, and this has been compounded in the district by the difficulty of enforcing our leases. The delinquency problem is huge, and frankly, getting bigger and bigger. On some of our projects, we're writing off outline, which is $700,000. This is unprecedented distress loans for the banking community, and it will eventually, it hasn't yet, but it will lead to high foreclosures. And banks will be less scared about it, right, as interest rates come down, because they know they can finance it. And foreclosures are a disaster for the district and threatens to undo decades of progress we've made established. So we want to avoid that if all possible. And while we support your efforts to look at downtown, we can't neglect what's going on elsewhere in the city. We need adequate capital flow, we need liquidity, and we need stability. Government has a critical role in this, and we can't rely on the private sector. You know, DC is very adept at allocating the bonds, the tax credits, the soft money, the housing production trust fund. And the lenders have been a critical part of that process. All that is being thrown into turmoil by the emphasis on new construction as opposed to preservation, which has led people who bought existing properties to be in distress. And it also has been thrown into turmoil by the difficulties that we've encountered in the landlords and courts. One project we were involved in is 400 units. We've had one eviction in 4 years. And we've had ATF raids, PCP deals, can't get anybody out. So currently there's great stress in the affordable housing area. We want to move away from this emphasis on new construction. There can be some new construction, there should be new construction, but it can't be used. And we want to make the process of requesting soft money something that's natural and consistent, something we can work with. Right now, we're having to shell out. We really put a fine point on it, upwards of $1 million to $2 million in pre-development money supply for soft money. And then you have to wait 2 years to get the money. It's nonsensical. Nobody can make those kind of investments. Yeah. So many of our affordable housing providers might not survive this current climate. And we'll need those efforts to assist in providing affordable housing needs. We've got community, we have the chance to provide.
So much. Yesham Sayin, Executive Director of the DC Policy Center. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for that, Chairman White. And as you mentioned, my name is Yesham Sayin. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Policy Center, an independent nonpartisan think tank focused on creating a more compelling, vibrant economy in the District of Columbia. You already heard a lot about the statistics in the downtown. Please mentioned it about increasing vacancy rates. But I just want to add on that. I looked at all commercial office transactions for buildings that are 6,000 square feet or larger. We've seen 21 of these transactions happen since the beginning of 2023. And on average, these buildings sold at a discount of 43% compared to their assessed values. And we've seen some of them, do better, but a great number of them are not really creating the value what they used to create. And despite the decline in assessed values, we're not seeing vacancy rates improve. We're not seeing increased demand. Usually when the price falls down, we'll buy more of something, but the price has not come down enough. So in some ways, these office buildings are kind of like nuclear waste buried in land. About this. And there's lots of discussion on what needs to happen, but I think there's another reason we need to worry about quick transformation of downtown. One of the earlier presenters talked about the 10 to 15-year transformation. That's very scary to me. The physical picture in the city is not particularly good. And in this budget cycle, we raised taxes by $2.5 million over 4 years, and we're still depleting our cost saving by another $2.3 million. And not creating economic activity downtown and to the tax revenue level. Also, it's mentioned is going to increase the physical risk that the city is facing. So it needs to be a big transformation. I'm really grateful to you for putting together this panel because I think we should really think of housing as our most important economic development tool right now. In the past, folks moved to the district for jobs and then they would move out for housing. But with the telework relationship where we live and where we work, the only reason people move into the district is there's abundance of housing, abundance of safety, abundance of schools, abundance of everything. And I think downtown transformation gives us a chance to really take the vibes out. I have maybe and another important thing that happened last year. The city adopted a tax abatement for housing in downtown. It started small at $2.5 million annually with a cap. If you take that $2.5 million and divide it by the tax rate, that's the equivalent of about $290 million of new housing now. If you look at how these buildings that I only looked at large houses, rental apartments that have been built in 2018. So if you look at the assessed value per square foot per unit, my estimate is $294 million can buy about 4 buildings, which was kind of happening, and maybe 900 units. But by 2027, that abatement goes up to $41 million. That's the equivalent of $4 billion of investment in the city, equivalent of 69 buildings, 16,000 units. It's an important figure out what to do to attract that kind of investment. It's a big amount. We're not seeing that kind of demand from investors right now. And we need to find a way to get to those 69 buildings as quickly as possible. So to hasten the pace of development, I have 5 suggestions that I think the city can consider. I think the first thing we should do is one of the recommendations of the Tax Revision Commission at the chairman part is to allow reclassification from commercial to residential at the time of permitting, not at the time of occupancy, that allows these entities to take care of advantage of the tax abatement earlier, also to save the cost. At present, if a commercial building sells at a value that's less than 70% of the assessed value, which is what's happening all the time, we still calculate deed taxes on the assessed value. You know, you could say it's a buyer's market, the seller will have to pay for it, but I think that would make sense when the values were growing. When the values are declining, we should not have a deed tax that's distortionary at the margin of killable or deal. Should be doing right now. 69 buildings is a big number, and I don't know if there are 69 buildings for conversions in downtown. So at some, I think we should really include also like demolitions as well, because there will be one property at some point that will financially make sense to remove like the 1970s big building on it and then build something that's mixed use or something like that. So that's number 3. Number 4 is find a cheaper way of creating affordability downtown, maybe subsidizing affordable housing development as opposed to the affordable housing requirement within each building. When you think about it, we're giving away tax abatements to make the construction projects cheaper, and now we're adding affordability requirements to make them more expensive. The city can think about buying down grants. The city can think about bringing affordable housing developers downtown through other subsidies. But I think, again, to make this go faster, and I know affordable housing is important as economy. First, creating more housing will create more affordable housing. So the faster you do it, the closer we'll get to the goal. And the last recommendation I have is really think of every step that a project has to negotiate with government to be able to break ground and move on. That's zoning, inspections, permitting, dealing with the department of transportation, you name it. Just looking at ways to cut the red tape can really hasten the pace of development. I think these are relatively easier lists. We did the big list, which is the abatement program. But easier lists are just making it easy to build and build and build and build. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take the question.
Thank you so much to this panel. So let me start with you, Patrick, McNamee, Somerset Development. Sorry. Computer glitch while this fixes it. So, you mentioned, not a specifically desire, but market realities, not focusing so much on affordable housing right now, but just getting housing built. I think the economics of downtown, if you do make it a farm picture today, how we build very much affordable housing downtown. But I'm conscious of the fact that we don't want to build something and then say, man, we really should have made these communities more diverse. If you even think about that, the other concern I have is more of a market concern, which is that many of the workers in key sectors, hospitality, I didn't draw this out with the CFO today, but I look and see what the percentage of our economy is on certain sectors. Those are big ones. My concern is the way most work in those sectors have to live from downtown. The more they have to think their so I see us balancing states of market reality, short term or long term. The workers who have our time.
Yeah, absolutely. I should say, I guess I agree with you. We believe we are the affordable housing developer. We believe in doing it because you're absolutely right. When you're right downtown, long term, you have to have housing at different price points, housing that is advanced the work there. And the challenge is just the timing and sequence because of the cost. Right? The reality is there are no funds available today to build a fine when it's out these plans this work that allows us to tomorrow. We're backlogged on 2 loans. Right? We don't have federal money coming in because tax rates are going up, which is their laws. Like probably several years, which means there's no federal money coming into these funds for a few years. And then on the local funding side, the trust fund, we directed the trust fund, some of the other funding also. Which means it's just realistically very hard to find any money to construct a full building right now. There could be an opportunity. I believe those. As my dollars come down, it is construct part of the land itself. And then down the road, when funding starts to build construction, then scale up and say locked in. A game plan, we have some form of site acquisition. Low and funding is available, both federal and local funding, then we actually. So that is one way potentially, while recognizing that we're in a really tough financial environment, virtually impossible project, still trying to figure out some investment. There's still a challenge. It's not the common divide plan. That might be more realistic. Trying to figure out how you're funding construction, all because land is just the acquisition piece. It's much cheaper.
What economic tool, what would drive more investment in buildings downtown, regardless of what they use? What types of things would drive more investment in buildings downtown?
It's a very good question. And I should say, since we're not out doing market projects, we're not trying to raise a lot of money for do these big tens of millions of capital raises ourselves right now. So I didn't completely firsthand. But I do think what's worth noting is compare the transactions here versus transactions in Virginia. And that a sense of is there kind of local regional money that wants to be going to housing investments and is actually staying. And I do think my understanding of we are seeing land projects and properties trade pretty big discounts in interest rate versus within. It's hard to know the exact reasons again without talking directly to the city. I think there's some policies they're concerned about. But I think it's clear there's something about the climate here. Scared investments away in there. Not sure how the cost trends are there. They certainly. If we need to talk to investors to figure out why exactly that is.
Yes, I'm saying, one of the things that I think it was, your third point, around, how we tax buildings that have lost value. Can you repeat that for me? I want to make sure I follow that recommendation.
Right now, if, let's say a building is at $10,100 million, but because of the lack of demand, it sells for, let's say, $42 million. You've seen examples of this. When you go to the deed and recorder's office to record the sale, if that value, because that value is less than 70% of business value, they will tax the transaction at the original $100 million.
I see, that's what you do now. Okay, I follow you now. And you are suggesting that would, incentivize more sales.
That'll actually add the margin because the tax rate is, the tax is assessed on and value that's no longer realistic. You know, it will definitely stop some trades from happening. And we don't want that. We want trades to happen, you know, current properties transferred to those that are built to individuals and into anything.
What is your, we heard from earlier panelists, I mean, we heard from the, Dr. Lee, Deputy Chief Financial Officer, you know, we do nothing, the indicators are not great for the city. We heard from, other panelists, like, looking to the district, like other jurisdictions, need to act with urgency. I think most people feel like as sort of lights go, gotta figure something out, start moving. What should I mentioned about sales. Utilizing the pros and cons of having government by itself.
I think one advantage DC has compared to other places is we're a single level of government, we're a state government, the local government is state, so we don't have to negotiate like Arlington, Richmond, we don't have to do that. So that actually makes it easier. I think that it is incredibly important to have a clear definition of responsibilities. And because we're a single level of government, we also have that, you know, with the housing law, as the mayor said, you have 36,000 housing, here we are, you know, measuring its content. I think where we can do better is really think through what are some of the necessary steps and unnecessary steps when we're doing anything in DC. There are regulations that are important for us to like be the one telling you know that's the one important one, that are gonna fall apart. But there are other things that are not necessarily adding any public value, but because of the way that the government operates, there's very little to change or change. And I think the most productive use of a public-private partnership is really first identifying what those things are to make collaboration. But also another problem that we have right now in the city is we don't have money. So if maybe having a public-private partnership that can think about the assets that can be utilized, whether there's federal government, whether other police headquarters, needs to be redone, can be kind of take advantage of that asset, or even the buildings that are returned to the banks, and the district government through a public-private entity negotiate with banks to take those buildings over, paid for affordable goods, with some, terms of extended returns, but not immediate returns. The banks are not the business of holding people, that's not get rid of buildings. So I think there are ways that we can add value by collaboration between the public and private sector. But I think it's really important for the district to really think through what is it that you're doing at the margin, not adding any safety, quality of life, but we can do it because they've always done that.
One of the things that you mentioned, that I just want to note that I agree with, I think it needs to be part of our thinking, is the idea of, some buildings can be converted to housing or other things. But we do need the flexibility to demolish those buildings. I think that has to be one of the options on the table as we look at a change in landscape and what tools we need in order to respond. And Terry Green, I want to dig more something that you stressed in your testimony, dealing with rights and the effect that that's having. Myself and our work version. Yesterday was a public meeting, but with folks on varying sides, just to say, look, we got figure. So here it's really we can't. So is really, but on the issue of housing downtown, again, what about preserving existing housing as well? Certainly. But building most affordable housing, whether it's downtown or anywhere else in the city, does require money. The city does not have money right now downtown in the hard time. So to the extent that we want more housing, wherever it is, the downtown back up. It's what your thoughts about how many, I think we need to.
Also, I think that the public can think about this, to think about things that don't take a lot of money, right? It's nice time. We acknowledge that. One of members of my working group mentioned, the possibility redefining what is a one bedroom, okay? Because once you get into a one bedroom, you get a lot of requirements. Amenities provided, things like that. Like we're really intent on providing us. You can look at things like that. It's not easy. It's been right into code revision, which is extremely difficult process. But those things become more sensible when money's tight, right? Than when you have money flowing in federal government and things like that. You might have to look at the harder things, such as redefining one bedroom. That's a huge undertaking. But it could produce significant amounts of additional housing because of make it possible to do it both possible. That echoes what you said earlier about, the whole process of just from the get-go, the process of permitting the district and extremely expensive. The nightmare is funding the cost of it. And now, particularly for affordable developers, but we don't know what financing we're gonna get very late. They want us to go through all the permitting, they want us to go through all the drawings to even apply for the money. That's a huge outlay. That just adds to our costs, adds to our risk, makes us less likely. It's that simple.
So, you know, former President Obama said something similar in his speech, and you can see here as well. Housing is an issue, one of the people across the country. So there was a lot of discussion about it. That was one thing that I'm not sure most people thought it's a housing chair. But you know, it caught my ear. My first thought was, it's one thing to sort of say that at the DNC as a former president, where everybody's revved up because somebody described Democratic convention as Coachella for policymakers, right? But I thought about it, what the actual folks say, what the folks say, and what the difference is, and what we hear. You know, when we start talking about reducing regulations and requirements to speed up the production of housing, that's going to strike a lot of people. A lot of people say, we have these requirements for a reason. And hold that up for 1 second, and also at the same time consider the thought that we could paint the most perfect picture, but if the people that we elected officials represent can't see themselves in it, or that they're not in that picture, they're gonna break against it and justify themselves. So how do we digest or articulate our vision downtown that moves forward, that takes a fresh look at regulations or requirements, but still have the average person say, okay, I see myself in that picture.
That's a really good point. I think there's a difference between getting regulations for expediency purposes, but hurting the public, but there's also the idea that the governments actually need to meet of the public better, quicker, faster. It's one thing to say you don't need permits at all. It's another thing to say, okay, you apply your permits, 2 weeks that pass, here's your permits. I think those are the types of things that at least I'm talking about. In terms of inclusivity in downtown, I really think that's a very important point. The district, as we were going through 2000 border, part of the outcome of that huge influx of population has been a rapid rise in housing prices, which not only led to some folks leaving the city, but also concentrated poverty, which is a very difficult problem to solve. And I think one way to really get inclusivity in there, we're talking about essential workers. Earlier, about a month ago, we published a paper called Striked Out as a deep answer, looking at essential workers with a broad definition from police officers to hotel workers. And those of the essential workers who can actually afford housing in DC, police officers, the registered nurses, they all live in the suburbs. They've chosen bigger houses, they've chosen home ownership, which is really difficult at that salary. Another idea that we've been working on and we will publish on soon is bringing employer support to subsidize rent in buildings, because a lot of employers have an advantage in their workers nearby. Having it, for example, a nonprofit managing a program of almost a private rent control with the employer leveraging government funds as well as philanthropy to create maybe 5 years of affordability with market rate buildings. We're talking about 80 to 100% of their income, not necessarily cheap affordability. That could be a model, a national model actually, that kind of serves everybody. It works. Because if you're doing this thing, building or buildings after they're completed rather than creating a whole new effort development, you can consider do things in a matter of weeks as opposed to years and years and years. It works for the landlords because they have essentially guaranteed rents on a certain number of units in their building. And it works for the employers because it creates an incentive for the employees to stay on the job. That would be, you know, healthcare workers, which are very difficult to pay, and teachers have really difficult time paying teachers until this year. It could be hotel workers, it could be police officers. So that's another type of public-private partnership that can really be inclusivity in downtown without going through sort of the bigger problem of creating a whole new affordable development.
I'm really intrigued by this idea. Is this one fleshed out in the, priced out?
It's coming in 2003.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. And is that the same or is it different than one of the ideas you mentioned yourself, buying down rent?
I think of buying down rent as the legislation you introduced a while back, which turned into cash for covenants program. I think because the money is so tight and we have all these cuts, we can essentially interfere from the rent side. It can also create a much sort of more efficient use of the housing production trust fund, because right now half of the trust fund money needs to go to 30% and like deep affordability. Those projects, as I understand, are very difficult to finance. You always need an operating subsidy, and like the capital subsidy is not now. But if we had a regime, for example, where the housing production trust fund is different so long as 80% are low, you can put many more units and then use the cash for covenants program to bring the rents from 80% to 60%, 80% to 30%. So interfere from the rent side. And that may actually take the same dollar and stretch it much more, and it's very important that we talk about it.
And I should add that it's essentially kind of how their model, right? They have a set amount of money and they look at how much affordable can you buy for this amount and try and buy down the rents. That's without mathematically. And Jason's point, I mean, broadly, when you look at these sorts of money, we're going to get two types from the government perspective, right? The capital subsidy is quite an upfront, one-time payment. It's, you know, cover cost of construction. Or you have an operating subsidy, the tax payments, operating subsidy, tax charge. Those are kind of those ongoing payments. Benefited capital subsidy. It's a one-time investment. You're not going to recurring pressure on the budget. And from a public finance perspective, public net present value essentially. We measure for the money. It's cheaper. You're getting the local that way. The challenge, of course, you have to do it on the front, but it's kind of one of the the operating subsidies can be not as efficient long term. They don't get as much for $1 million. But the benefit, of course, is you don't have to cost them. So that's kind of just what the mixing and matching you have to think about, right? Specific programs you're trying to go where you actually. So to me, that's kind of have those two things. Please.
Actually, what we're just with that day is essentially make a one-time payment to the housing provider to buy a small number of units and existing development. That this way it works for the landlord if they need to put their roof or something, and it's not as big as an investment, and you start to be very complicated and very expensive right now. There was a recent study coming from California showing that their version of housing production trust funds projects are now like $1 million a door. And we are hard to see projects here in DC that are approaching that number. It's very expensive.
What, and I guess I want to ask this of each of you. What financial incentives would you recommend to make downtown revitalization attractive to businesses while also ensuring long-term community benefits?
The employment model has changed. It used to be, very place-based, and right now employment is happening across hubs. So the whole Washington metro region, plus Baltimore, plus Richmond is a hub. But I think this is where the housing comes into role. If you bring in the talent, the employers will follow. It used to be the other way around. In terms of financial incentives for other types of developments, maybe a theater district or something. Some sort of, we used to have these tips and we don't do them anymore because we're tipped out. So we can probably recalculate those because I don't think the old calculations are at all relevant because our projected incremental revenue just in the downtown is kind of has fallen down. So maybe creating tip type incentives to bring entertainment or theater and things like that would be interesting. Another opportunity for downtown is allowing universities to move some of their graduates departments into downtown area and building student housing or dorm type housing nearby. This works for the universities because their campuses have quotas to how many students they can bring, so they their grad students downtown. And Georgetown have done this, GW is doing this, happening more and more often. But it's another way of bringing vibrancy, but also bringing talent because most people take a job in the place where they go to graduate school, honestly, place. So just, add more to there.
One thing I'll add specifically on housing businesses, also housing businesses that I can speak to. The really important thing in our sector is stability and predictability, right? You're dealing with projects that take a very long time. You essentially have three phases, right? Your pre-development, so your design and permitting, to raise your front. As Terry's talking about, that's kind of the highest risk. You're spending some money, you have it guaranteed, and therefore your cost of capital is highest to compensate that. And you have the construction phase as well, which is still as risky, but still whatever it is. So the cost of capital is a little lower, but it's still high. And then you have what we call stabilization. Is when you're trying to lease up, really have you get a full that kind of stable asset. So that's still risk business, but again, kind of decline. And that process, all told, really on 6, 7 years. And the scary thing is for trying to get investment, right, with you throughout that process, they have confidence back to change dramatically in the 6 or 7 years. And if you can cut the process of speed, you can save a ton of money because that capital is very, very expensive. So this is going back a little to your question before about how you deal with concerns of regulation, those regulations. There's always outcomes, especially building code, things like that. But there's also a lot of time that is wasted in the process. I spend so much of my time chasing down different folks at different agencies. Hey, you have a checklist. Have you done this? Can you move this along? I'm dealing right now, well, the rest of the day, trying to get my water meters from DC Water. I've already turned water on. And I can't get them to bring the water. So it just costs weeks. It just costs the city money, costs the project money. And it's not a regulation, it's just kind of an inefficient, slow process. And that, if they can find ways to speed it up, even if it's just having SAs have or almost expediter help with the law, it can then give developers confidence that there's kind of a smooth process. And then one other thing I do want to mention is TOPA. We are strong in sports TOPA. We've done a lot of TOPA deals. We've toured you on a project we've done in the past. And we believe in the law. We serves important role. I do think we have to reckon with the fallout from the children during the pandemic period. We used to have kind of predictable timelines for the they were slow, but you kind of knew what you were getting. Because of like numbers, you told also the deadlines, right? It was just kind of a pause for a year. And the worries is basically that became the back of the end. So I do think that these accounts got very lucky actually dodged a bullet in some ways. By exempting the single family homes, just before the pandemic. If that exemption had not happened, then would have been a ban on selling their individual homes that whole period. That would have been huge commotion and uproar. And I think that understanding that was explained why it panicked a lot of investors. Some of them were competing buildings and they were that high cost stabilization out starting. And so I do think it's important to look at that. It was, I was going to say, a very unprecedented time thing that happened, but the precedent's now been set. So I think that the fear is how are you going to kind of entice investors to come back? That's never going to happen. That's very I worry that the token can never be what it was because of that circumstance. And I do think it's worth thinking about creating that stability. We know
Think, you know, I actually move closer to, as an affordable housing developer, if we don't pay tax credits for our deals, right? Sometimes we try not to do that. You can't get a tax abatement. Even if you're doing affordable housing, so you want to look at that for downtown. It's not likely that, you know, the downtown property will mostly be mixed use affordable, right? At least partially affordable. And it's not terribly efficient to do a tax credit deal on mixed income property. So that's always a problem for us. If we haven't taken tax credits, it's very hard to get tax.
Yeah, why is that?
I can explain a little. It's a little complicated, but you know, usually your tax credit investors are banks, and they usually want to be in the tax credit market because it helps them meet requirements under the Canadian Reinvestment Act, the CRA, federal anti-redlining legislation in the 70s, and so there are all specific requirements of the CRA that impact what makes sense for investing. There's been kind of a whole process that is going to be changed this area. I know that's a little, but that's one reason why those coming significant parts starting to sense banks perspective. The other is quite simply, you know, banks that are used to being in a position of lenders, wherever there's an issue, they foreclose on the building, they're first in line, they take it, they dispose of it. They're not used to being relied on a small investor. I only technically have my collateral as a handful of things. Maybe I'm actually second to find the bank action is. So it's not really a standard condition for them, which is why we've seen traditionally in mixed income buildings that are able to use tax credit, is you don't actually have banks tax credit investor base, so really large public traded real estate developer can actually use those credits themselves. The tax credits are like corporate taxes. So if your company has enough corporate tax on your own, you could use the credits. But it's really been a struggle to make those projects work. I think there's a lot of creativity from them in some places, but because of all those limitations around the CRA, around the banks, around the alternative developers big enough that they don't have to pass that.
What was your question about why in the district can't you get a tax exemption other than? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I answered the wrong question.
But that basically, that's what the law says, unless you're post. I forget the date is, but it's very difficult to get the tax exemption. Particularly for older.
It's beyond office conversions. I know we mentioned demolition. How else can we bring substantial housing density downtown?
Like, I do think it's always worth looking into zoning. My understanding, a lot of the zoning downtown is I've got around a review, but I can't speak to it authoritatively block by block. But that is always a very, very tough change. No actual cost to the city. And I would say that there are some firms that have done very creative work on this, and that's just what yes. Last week, cities around the country that are trying to figure out office residential conversions. You know, they've done a lot of work in Calgary, Canada, which is beyond.
Yeah.
But yeah, the truth is that I think we're not seeing a lot more demolition construction than we are office residential conversions. And then your challenges aren't that unique.
You know, the thing about model, if you could figure out the land value downtown, where the land is taxed at a higher rate and the building is taxed at a lower rate. Assuming that we just talk about high times, that will actually inspire even more growth.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of creative opportunities like that.
Are most buildings downtown built to the federal?
And in some ways, these ones, you don't have to go through a pod or anything if you're going from office to residential to hotel, and you can do whatever you want. The only limitation is the high tides, but there are other things that we can think about, like what are some of the other zoning requirements can we make here, even with high regulation. I mean, zoning in DC is very complicated, and you could just do the project because you don't have enough terrible and something like that.
You also can, you know, if you look at it more holistically, also the city's comprehensive plan process coming up soon again. There are opportunities if you're a little creative with kind of zoning changes in other parts of the city that generate revenue from growth in other areas of the city where zoning is big limitation and then use to invest in. So it is, even if there's not that many opportunities to change it downtown through the comprehensive planning process, there will be opportunity to use zoning to help generate funds to those things.
Now, short of changing the federal IDAC, which Charles would expand on it, Congress is it's not happening quickly. Is there anything within the district's control that we can do to positively affect evaluations downtown to give owners?
Did you see today about the school that's been closed up, boarded up since 1980, opposite city center?
Oh, yes, I have been tracking that for some time.
So that's not helpful, right? To land values, to have a boarded up building next to luxury retail is not helpful, right? Now that's not you, that's the federal government. But all of the, they have stepped up trying to dispose of property. Right? The federal government has. And I'm not an expert on this, but I am an expert on property that isn't at its highest and best use, which is usually often controlled by governments, is a tremendous impediment to property values because it just sits there and it doesn't sit there for a year or two, it sits there for decades, much like that school, right? You've been following, I'm sure there's frustration as much as anyone. In the district spent, hundreds of millions of dollars on city center only to have this eyesore next door. It's terrible. So, and that's another approach that doesn't require a lot of cash, right? It's long, the district owned properties they should have. And I know people are always talking about it, just properties. It appears from your comments that you are very focused on moving quickly, very honest. And if you really want to do that, I think you have to look like, gotta get rid of some of the stuff that we've been sitting on decades.
And something hard to lead into things. I mean, the public assets that we have in the district are probably extremely valuable. I could be an impulsive to say, well, we're gonna move to Share Square, away from Share Square. And turn this into housing, but it's kind of fits the definition of both the back corners, close to activity. So,
Empty during the day.
yeah, similarly, the daily building, it's the chapel, can be turned into something else, and we always border it somewhere else. I think those are the items that are in view by the government that are not in their highest and best use. You were mentioning. It's something that we should look at there. It's emotionally difficult, probably, but it's also very difficult to look at these finances. That future of that.
And in terms of how we balance, again, I had this conversation with Dr. Lee from the CFO's office. We need some investments downtown that can spur investments across the rest of the city. Because that is where such a significant amount of our revenue comes from, is downtown. How do we balance the investment in downtown with the investments in the rest of the city and other programs? That money has to come from somewhere. So how should we be looking at or better our specific things you think we should be looking at in terms of these projects can wait later, but let's open up the revenue stream for now. How should we look at balancing that, and are there any specific ideas that you all have in terms of we should deprioritize now? Yeah.
I mean, just can be done both in the capital budget and the operating budget. I think for the operating side of things, this conversation, the important one, and will become more important. How are we spending our money? We don't really think about the numbers of the places. What is the most effective housing program? And what's the least effective? And can we expand the more effective one and come back to the least effective one and either create some resources or use that table and capital. I think capital is difficult because investment factors are real, so every investment is one word, and maybe everyone's at $100 billion in their award, and we have 1.2 billion we can invest into economic growth. I think that's the only way I can see that forward.
And I'd like to add, certainly choice on budget very hard, and there's lots of tough choices there. But I do want to go back to what you actually mentioned at the beginning of the testimony, because I do think it's not going to look at housing as our economic development engine. Right? It's a crisis, housing is really expensive. There also is the one that there's robust demand on just a strong industry and generate revenues in the city. And the good news is the overall housing, there's some demand we don't have. I don't think we actually have to choose between getting regular market rate housing and housing built in the rest of the city. I actually think through comprehensive planning process, zoning process, and housing others. Downtown specific kind of different performance, but together I think there are lots of housing all over the city, and at that based on program generate affordable projects here downtown. Affordable is a little more of a zero sum game because we do have no subsidies for that. At the end of the day, there's only so many subsidies to go around, and so I do think that's kind of a different question where we prioritize our affordable housing. I mentioned we did affordable housing neighborhoods. So I do think we haven't had a housing equity report. It's the guideline of the having this evolution so that the ability for housing happens areas where really can have that sort of transformative lifelong impact. But the good news is for market rate housing, it's just stimulating the policy environment, the economy, and then we don't have this. So it can actually be our overall issue. for the cities.
And I think one of the aspects of this is, between the turn of the century, I mean 19th century, through 1968, the district produced somewhere between 2,000 to 4,000 apartments every year. Between 1968 and 2007, he put maybe 400 on the market each year. So part of the reason we're having this affordability crisis today is for 40 years we did nothing. And there's also multiple things that, some developments since 2007, but it's also combination of unique circumstances, relatively low cost of construction, interest rate being very favorable, the massive living that's, the investments favorable for that there's demand for the city and things like that. We're now seeing, multiple legs of that chair starting to shape. So whatever we produce today, market rate is 20 years later, it's, affordable, and it's not that naturally affordable, not necessarily income targeting. So the more we can produce at the higher, the better. And in terms of price point, a typical household makes about $150,000. That's $6,000 of income tax revenue. So if you actually do create 16,000 new homes downtown, that's $90 million. Correct.
I would not, I'm not gonna take your word for it.
So that's revenue that we didn't have before, right? And that's basically assuming average income, most likely a new conversion that just happened in front of our office. On one lazy office day, we checked out the rents and they're like $3,000, $4,000. So you're like actually bringing folks that probably will contribute to income tax is much more. There's the sales tax. If you have some sort of software reform, that would increase the number of transactions at the high end, create taxes, which automatically contributes to the housing production outcome. So I think again with TOPA, it's really, really important to preserve what works best with TOPA, which is all their smaller campaigns. But I think CNH just put out a report saying almost never seen TOPA transactions in larger newer buildings. So that's a way to look at, okay, maybe there's one segment of transactions taken out from. So the attractiveness, there's people don't worry about like what happens next year when I do economic investment on this project. So I think there's little things that we can do that doesn't really change major policy on the affordability side, but can really ease up some parts of the process.
Yeah, I worry about entering into a period now where we're not seeing building permits for residential building. What impact that's going to have on affordable housing, not just in the next 5 years, but in the next 20, 30 years. Because even if those buildings that go up, they're not today, they are affordable housing. As a similar question to that, guys, what I asked, that's the character loss or to move us urgently in the direction downtown, whether this can or should be led predominantly by government or require a city public-private partnership.
So you don't have, right? It has to involve the private sector. Real estate has gotten so expensive. Nobody is kind of check out personal resources to get these deals done. More agencies or more government organizations, the district is already got so many different government organizations that do very specific little things, and every one of them tends to be independent to getting things done, which is one of the biggest problems. So the thought of a new agency is pretty daunting. I hate to say it, but I just feel sincere. But in terms of generating a flurry of activity downtown, I wish I had a magic wand. I mean, it's, you know, you've done amazing things in parts of the city. The government, district government's done amazing things in parts of the city. Focus their attention, bring the resources. But downtown is a bit of a different animal. It's got a lot of existing real estate that can't just be dismissed.
Yeah. Yeah, I would echo that. I think, a little bit of mixed record in the city of public corporations. Keep in mind, I would say there's clearly very important role in this system coming up with creative funding schemes to fund investment in kind of the core public services, and public spaces, and all that. It's essential to making the economics of these projects work. Exposition, like assets, there's something, a very important role for them in setting the agenda. Decided, but I think at the end of the day, pretty intense involved. Themselves, we haven't done projects downtown, but we're going to structured lights is also going through, I'd say, potential transformation. And I think it's been very encouraging to see all the progress there is like with that. Working with all our hearts. This is coming together. Working closely together. Obviously, we have to figure out who's going to work well for each step of the process. You can get to the system, break up the best private sector.
Let me ask, what, I think it's my last question, but it might just for a follow-up question, but why are more commercial buildings downtown not being sold right now, despite the high vacancy rates for some time?
Because the demand is not there. I think the prices haven't come down, you know.
Proverbial gap, you know, that the sellers think it's worth this and the buyers are ready to pay this. And particularly the higher interest rates, that gap is only wide.
There was also, as you said, what we've seen nationally for a while now is extended pretend. Right? We know that property value is a big thing. Not just office, many places had interest rates go up. Values go down. No one wants to admit it, that's what everyone wants. But work out the deal on the side with the banks. The banks don't want it. They don't want to say they have looked at that loans. They get pressure from regulators to say you have to be honest about what you look at. And eventually, I think if you look at kind of the industry press and track this, it's a price-seeking process. And we're here, we slowly get to wherever it is, and I think we're reaching the end, extended the 10-year era. And hopefully, as interest rates start falling, that gap drops a little bit. It's easier to finish that out. But obviously, the district should have a gap here. You don't want all the buyers to be that on try and figure out how to make sure properly goes.
And some owners are diversified and they're easier for them to handle it. Others are not. But I think there's an emotional part too. Like both are sitting on icebergs that are out there. And it's really hard to rate things like that. I also think that there was still some hope that people will come back to the open. We have seen literally no improvements in it's a headline if 1% or votes show up, whereas somewhere between like if you look at the month, frequency rates, we're still view of where we were. But also that means that the buildings are half as efficient, half as, productive. And so we should be seeing lines at about 50%. So we're slowly getting there, and I think that, there was a period where the taxes were really high in DC. A lot of folks waited for that to end last October, so we're seeing many more sales.
I think one last thing I'd just like to add. What's kind of interesting about development economics is land values swing wild compared to other variables. Like you've got kind of a slight swing in rents. It causes a model of what can be for land much larger. I think last I have 5% swing in interest rates. So there's a multiplier. But that's part of the challenge is you want to wait, maybe for us to a little bit of cost, a little down here, to get dramatic. And that's kind of part of why there's a lot of that trying to make it skip market checkers because it's small shift 10 minutes.
Well, I want to thank you all very much for being part of this incredibly important conversation. Very, very valuable. So helpful for me and others. We're learning right now. So thank you so much for being with us. We are going to move to our next panel, which is our second to last panel. We are going to have Dr. Harry, professor at the University of George Washington University School of Business, and fellow at the Urban Institute Housing Finance Center. So glad to have you with us today. And Nicole Durler Fontaine, Director of Development for the Latino Economic Development Center. Nicole is with us virtually. So we are going to again welcome and thank you, Dr. Perry, for being with us, and then you can begin your testimony.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me to share the following perspectives on the local housing, retail, and open spaces, creating a vibrant, thriving community in downtown DC. Since the pandemic, telework, e-commerce, and fear of crime has significantly reduced downtown activity. For those of us who live in and around DC, in the office buildings and metro cars, the absence of people on the streets during the day, especially at night, the closures make long-standing establishments in the community are in stark contrast to the pre-pandemic bustling downtown vibe. Even before the pandemic, DC was experiencing an affordable housing crisis. In those days, downtown had become a haven for mostly white, younger, high-income residents catered to by high-end upscale restaurants, stores, and other amenities for income folks. My co-author, Dr. Sonia Greer, and I, in our documentary Film and Research entitled Dog Parks and Coffee Shops, coined the phrase home diversity to describe the superficial interactions fostered by businesses that deter and displace long-standing residents of gentrified areas in DC. Mayor Bowser's comeback plan addresses this issue specifically, underscoring that successful revitalization calls for eliminating key amenity gaps across all neighborhoods. To attract and retain residents, businesses, and visitors to the downtown core, prior research has identified several key factors. To apply these to downtown DC, I devised the following memorable acronym: WELCOME. The W is for walkability. Metro areas with more and bigger walkable urban places are more economically successful, but only when zoning laws make walkable development. The E is for education and innovation, although evidence of their effects have been mixed. Anchoring educational institutions and innovation districts have the potential to restore traffic to downtown economies. My employer, George Washington University, has been working with the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District to explore creating a Penn West Equity and Innovation District. The L is for living spaces. Affordable and sustainable housing is a key element of the vibrant downtown. Although many vacant office spaces cannot be efficiently or sustainably converted into apartments or condos, the local government can provide capital and tax incentives to development. C is for cultural attractions. Research suggests districts where art, music, and public spaces cater to residents and visitors may boost downtown economies via increased property values and employment. However, evidence of the effects of these parts of districts on other economic outcomes is missed. O, offices. While hybrid and remote workers have been a focus of policy debate about the future of downtown, these trends are more common among higher educated white collar workers, while other groups are more likely to work fully in person. There remains demand for offices, for workspace, and access to space that's needed for hybrid and remote workers to be needed. M is for metro accessible. Continued investments in metro service and access providers, particularly those traveling outside of the traditional 9 to 5 window, further able to revitalize downtown. Then E is for equitable amenities. Full diversity occurs when neighborhood diversity is present, while inclusion is absent. And I quote, in the absence of places and situations to foster interactive communities, and to the extent that policymakers fail to provide opportunities targeted to lower and moderate income residents, longstanding residents will continue to be forced out. So in summary, these attributes would welcome residents, businesses, visitors to downtown DC. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Turn now virtually to Nicole Derler-Montant, the Latino Economic Development Center. Thank you so much for being with us. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and esteemed attendees of this session. My name is Nicole Derler-Montant, Director of Development of the Latino Economic Development Center, LEDC. We are very grateful for having this invitation to us and that you will hear us on our perspectives to take into consideration. LEDC firmly believes that small businesses must play a central role in the transformation of our city's downtown. In Washington, D.C., small businesses make up 98% of all enterprises and employ nearly 500,000 people, almost half of the city's workforce. These businesses, particularly those owned by immigrants and minorities, are the backbone of our local economy and culture. Their preservation is not only essential for equitable development, but also for safeguarding the very identity and soul of our nation's capital. Without them, we risk losing the vibrancy and diversity that define DC. To that end, LEDC has pursued funding from diverse sources to support the revitalization of downtown DC. In alignment with Mayor Browser's vision, most recently, we applied for $50,000 in funding from the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs to help 10 food business entrepreneurs establish brick-and-mortar locations downtown. This initiative is expected to create at least 20 jobs for Latino residents, contributing to middle-class growth and downtown comeback. Projects like these are crucial to addressing wealth disparities in the district. According to recent U.S. Census American Community Survey data, the median household income for white non-Hispanic residents is $146,265, while Latino households earn $52,812. A black household earns $89,000. LEDC, alongside other nonprofits and CDFIs in the area, are committed to advancing equity and creating opportunities for all low-wealth communities. Latino entrepreneurs in particular greatly benefit from LEDC's bilingual financial literacy programs and customized loan products, enabling them to secure affordable financing and navigating the complexities of starting and growing a business. As the downtown area evolves, this support is crucial to ensuring that minority-owned business, especially in the food and restaurant sector, have the resources they need to thrive in DC. It is notable for having DC is notable for having the sixth fewest chain restaurants of any major US city, according to Georgia Tech Friendly City Lab. LEDC, along with other nonprofits and community-based organizations, play a key role in preserving this unique character, helping to keep downtown a vibrant destination for both residents and visitors. As a CDFI, LEDC is in a unique position to provide inclusive capital, particularly for small minority and immigrant-owned businesses. For nearly 10 years, LEDC has been the sole recipient of the United States Health and Human Services Department CED funding, disbursing loans averaging $100,000 at 0% interest and providing technical assistance to growing district restaurants. These efforts have created hundreds of jobs for low-income residents while helping chefs achieve national recognition, solidifying DC's reputation as a culinary destination with Michelin awardees like Causa, El, Amparo Fondita, and staples like Peruvian Brothers, Colada Shop, Arepa Zone, and Taqueria Sochi. During our two most recent grant periods, LEDC facilitated the creation of 219 full-time jobs, with 197 of those filled by low to moderate income individuals. Our recipients have shown a strong commitment to creating advancement pipelines for their employees and their business growth. This not only fosters career development, but also helps build generational wealth, contributing to the long-term economic sustainability of our city. LEDC also recognizes the value of adapting reuse models as seen in cities like Pittsburgh and Detroit, where office spaces have been converted into affordable housing, cultural hubs, and thriving commercial districts. Pittsburgh's downtown conversion program has transformed a vacant office building into affordable housing while maintaining space for small businesses. And Detroit has turned former industrial hubs of art, culture, and commerce. These cities offer blueprints for how DC can transform underutilized office spaces into affordable housing while supporting local businesses. To ensure long-term viability for small businesses, LEDC advocates for policies that prioritize affordable commercial spaces, similar to housing rent stabilization programs, establishing protection for commercial tenants, which shield small businesses, especially restaurants, from skyrocketing rents as property values increase in newly developed areas. In sectors with tight profit margins like food and hospitality, preventing displacement is crucial for success. By promoting mixed-use development that combine affordable housing, retail, and public spaces, we can create a vibrant downtown that attracts new residents and businesses while retaining the existing community. LEDC advocacy for affordable housing and office to residential conversions ensures downtown DC remains accessible to low and moderate income residents, contributing to an inclusive and dynamic urban core. LEDC's roles extend beyond commercial and residential development. We work with local artists, entrepreneurs, and the Latino community to ensure that language barriers, access to capital, and financial literacy are not obstacles to success. Through bilingual programming and technical assistance, LEDC ensures that downtown revitalization includes all residents and entrepreneurs, reflecting the cultural diversity that makes DC unique. In conclusion, LEDC is honored to be part of this roundtable, sharing our insights and collaborating on the future of our nation's capital. We remain attentive and committed to finding solutions together, working towards a revitalized downtown that reflects the diversity and dynamic character of Washington, D.C. Every step forward must ensure that all members of our community, especially those from historically marginalized communities, are taken into account, so the benefits of economic development are shared equally. We look forward to continuing this dialogue and contributing to a downtown DC that thrives as a hub of opportunity, culture, and inclusion for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you both so much for those important testimonies. Yeah, I think, I recognize, it sounds like, you recognize, and others do as well, that, important aspects of the future of downtown include, not just housing, but communities, and not just communities, but diverse communities. And those communities include, cultural aspects and opportunities. But one of the difficulties that we have to confront and really work through is the tension between the types of diversity and amenities we want to see and the market realities that make those difficult. And in our challenge is to figure out, how do we include as much affordable housing as possible? How do we make sure these communities are diverse? How do we make sure we obtain the cultural attractions that Dr. Perry, you mentioned in your testimony? Do you have thoughts? Let me start with you, Dr. Perry. Do you have thoughts on how the district makes sure we have, let me start with the cultural attractions, art, music, public spaces that cater to residents and visitors? How do we make sure we have those in the future of downtown, beyond envisioning it? How do we find the economic models that work, the resources to wait for you? Have thoughts on that?
Yes, of course, I have thoughts on it, and as a district taxpayer, I don't understand what the resource question is about.
I can understand that.
Kidding. So I would argue that many of these activities are already happening. I'm just not sure that they have been deliberately designed such that the diversity that my co-panelist is talking about is accounted for. And I'll just give an example that came to mind as you were asking a question. I was thinking about the number of different arts and entertainment free activities I've seen offered in Franklin Square since it has been renovated. First of all, it's an amazing space. It's set up for lots of different purposes, lots of different things. And but there are more spaces that could be like that in the downtown area. And the key is just to make sure that as that programming is established, that there's programming that everyone, that appeals to a wide range of district residents. And like right now, I don't think that's that difficult. It kind of happens, but I'm not sure if it is sort of approached in a systematic way.
I appreciate that, and I think you're right. My question presumed that you always have to build the building, but sometimes you just need space, and that space has to invite diversity, including cultural diversity, cultural opportunities like the arts. So I appreciate that, and I also think when we're in the transition period, we have all of this underutilized space. We collectively need to be thinking differently about, even on a short-term basis, how we utilize that. And we bring some of these spaces to life once or twice, for some parts, even for another. But it seems like there are many more opportunities that we're visiting. These are the types of things that can naturally spark our vision for what we should make permanent. But we've got to start thinking outside the box a bit on this. Let me ask you to go back to the concept in your testimony about both diversity. Can you help me understand this idea better? When you first said it, I was thinking about naming buildings for people of color in neighborhoods that no longer financially accommodate people of color. But I'm not sure that's what your definition was. So help me understand what you mean.
Sure, even though your example, I think, probably fits. So we coined the term pro-diversity to refer to neighborhoods that have on paper, what appears to be a lot of sort of demographic diversity, both racial, ethnic, and income diversity. But within those same neighborhoods, you have very few very few opportunities for people from diverse backgrounds and with diverse interests to interact. And that sort of starts to pose a problem when you overlay that faux diversity with disparities in sort of political and economic capital. That you find people that, you know, are wealthier, have higher levels of education or more resources, tend to be more catered both by public and by private services. And so when that happens, even if those who may have been there for longer periods of time or who are not part of that demographic, that is, you know, sort of down getting attention, if they're not practically displaced, they become figuratively displaced because they no longer really have ties to the community. They're just there. And so that was sort of the subject of our research. And I think it is relevant to this. As I mentioned, you know, downtown in DC and in many major cities starts to, as it gets sort of revitalized and developed and expanded, starts to tend to cater to more wealthy citizens, more wealthy affinities. Right? And that is almost framed as a kind of natural evolution, but I actually think that some more thought went into that and sort of deliberately thinking about what kind of mix could be provided. There could be spaces available that are more welcoming and that caters to the wide range of groups within the city. And I also want to mention, I absolutely agree that encouraging small businesses and making that they're deliberately going out of the way to make sure there's spaces for startups and small businesses that are local is one approach for making sure that these kind of things happen.
Nicole Derler-Montan, you mentioned in your testimony and really, you know, put a fine point on it, the need for diversity. One of the examples you mentioned was something that works was a grant that either has resulted or will result in about 50 jobs. What do you see about that grant or anything else that gives an indication of scaling this up? Obviously, you know, a grant or any other funding source that creates 50 jobs is huge as a benefit, but we need to do more than that. What opportunities are you seeing for us to scale up? Let's start with employment opportunities for people of color and our immigrant community.
Right. So I hear you a little bit far away, but I'm going to try to answer as much as I understood from the question. So LADC, we're very intentional with the type of funding that we seek. And when we see opportunities of funding, whether it's a small project or a scalable project that is aligned with our mission, you know, we go for it. So yes, it is a small amount, but it is an amount that is scalable. So if we look at every funding opportunity as an opportunity to create jobs, we go for it, right? So these type of grants allow us to make those calls and make those programs that will allow people to apply and receive the technical assistance needed and the guidance and support as they are developing their strategy. So specifically for these small business brick and mortars that we work with, that looks differently, right? So there are two different type of grants that we have for that. So we have that 0% loan that is actually allowing them to invest in their brick and mortars. And then the TA side, the technical assistance part, is helping them understand what that loan is, giving them that financial literacy training. We also have partnerships with different workforce development partners in the area that allow them to understand that these jobs are to be good paying jobs and have all these benefits. So with more capital to invest in these kind of programs, we would be able to escalate and even triple the amount of jobs created through these type of programming. We provide, culturally and linguistically tailored programs that understand the needs of the community and that are able to really give them the understanding of the responsibility of a business owner and the commitment partnered with, the duty of contributing to the local economy.
On the housing piece, you mentioned Pittsburgh as one example of a jurisdiction that really, I guess, redeveloped its downtown and did it in a way that maximized or at least enhanced opportunities for more affordable housing. What did Pittsburgh do that DC should be looking to replicate?
I could not hear the last part of the question. I'm so sorry.
My apologies. What did Pittsburgh? What did Pittsburgh do that the District of Columbia should replicate with respect to bringing more affordable housing downtown?
What did Pittsburgh do?
Yes, you mentioned Pittsburgh
Right.
in your testimony, developing affordable housing units downtown.
Yes, so that specifically, that example, I honestly did not do the research specifically myself. So I would have to get back to you on that specific example that we mentioned.
Okay. Dr. Perry, what are your thoughts on how the district should balance the need to invest in our downtown? Understanding that we can't, unlike the federal government, we can't just create more money. So we're gonna have to pull money from other things in the hopes that investing in our downtown will give us a relatively short term more revenue to put back into all those other things. But we're gonna have to make some tough choices. We're gonna invest in downtown now and pull money from some other things, or we're gonna not pull money from other things and not invest significantly financially downtown. What are your thoughts on how we should be looking at that balance?
So as an economist, I always think about, what's the return on investment? And it's hard to look at probably that approach is that it's hard to look at sort of historical performance of downtown and compare it to what it might be, because we just don't know. And even in cities that we're using as comparators for, recent downtown successes, they're all very different from DC, in particular in terms of the drivers of their local economy, the kinds of labor force that they have. And so, you're like San Francisco or New York, even though we're not that close sizes, but our labor force looks like that. So it's kind of the sprawl and the changes in where people are living. It's kind of hard to use that to predict how this investment might benefit us. But here's the thing: we know that DC has historically and will continue to be a major tourist attraction. We know that the tourists are coming to downtown because that's where the White House and the other major destinations are located. And so the way we should think about it is how can we keep people from having to stay across the bridge when they come to visit DC to see the monuments? And how do we keep people from having conventions and conferences across the river in Prince George's County rather than having them downtown or staying there and coming to visit downtown? And I can't imagine a state of the world in which that would not be profitable for the city. That said, I'm starting to sound exactly like people have sounded in the past, that it's providing opportunities that aren't necessarily inclusive of the law of the population. But the truth of the matter is the money that the district is able to make from enhancements to downtown can be used to invest in additional sort of small business support or affordable housing development. Somebody's got to bring down some of these buildings that are not affordable in downtown DC and build affordable housing in their place. And those are going to take, as I mentioned, some tax incentives or outright subsidy. So I think the way to think about this is the short-term investment for what's almost guaranteed to be a mid to longer term return.
And as we think about the future of downtown being full of mixed-use neighborhoods that combine residential, commercial, recreational, cultural spaces, are there jurisdictions that you would suggest, and I would ask Nicole Durler-Montagne this question, are there any jurisdictions that you would suggest provide a good trend for us? I'll start
with Dr. Barrett. The ones that I would mention since the pandemic are not doing particularly well. And I think because the pandemic, the tapering off of the pandemic has been slow, and it's I don't know any city that I would say we want to try to emulate or any area, because it's just too soon to tell what the longer term effects of these changes in the marketplace are going to what they're going to be. But what we do know is that we need to do something that our downtown that needs to be the DC.
I'm going to turn to Nicole Durler-Montagne in a second, but as an economist, I really want to see, I want to see as much housing on the lower and middle income brackets as possible for multiple reasons. Affordable housing costs a lot of money. We're having this hearing because we don't have a lot of money. So some of the conversation today from around this complex idea, do we build market rate housing so that we can generate more revenue, or do we insist we're going to maximize affordable housing, which is going to cost us money to build? How should we be looking at this balance?
I would say do both. But what if that balance were to reflect the distribution in the population? We would see far fewer sort of high-end units if we deliberately created new units in proportion to the gaps that we are currently facing.
And hoping Nicole Durler-Montagne can hear me. I'm wondering if you could identify any cities that suggest a blueprint for mixed use development that the district should use as a model.
Yeah, so one that we've been paying close attention to is the Atlanta Beltline. Not sure if you're familiar with it. Basically they have different things like multi-use trails. They've invested a lot in the public transit. They have like a streetcar system that links the different parts of the city. They actually also have invested in sustainable models for this transportation. Other things that they've also that also could be, used as a blueprint is their affordable housing development. So they have been in encouraging the more affordable housing and have established a housing trust fund that developed thousands of affordable housing units near the Beltline. So this project specifically, it seeks to prevent displacement and ensuring that low income communities benefit from the new investments. Also a lot in the green space and parks area. They've have historic parks that are directly connected to the Beltline. So I think something like that could also be an interesting model to take after. They have a lot of different recreational areas that have not only, improved the connectivity, but also the environmental footprint as well. And there are other things that they've also have in that same initiative, like the community engagement piece. They actively have these public hearings with the community to make sure that everyone's voice is heard and contributed to the different projects that are undergoing. But that's pretty much like the one that we've been paying close attention to, that I think that we could look into as well.
Thank you very much. Dr. Perry, I don't know that you have a perspective on this, but I want to ask it anyway because you're here and I'm reflecting on some of our previous panelists. You are a district resident, so one thing we do is, whether we like it or not, we think about the federal government sometimes. Do you see any opportunities for partnership with the federal government as we think about changes in how we work with
I guess it depends on who's running the federal government.
That is true. That is true. There are two distinctly different possibilities in front of us right now.
And in one case, I think there's lots and lots of opportunity. In others, I'm not so sure.
Maybe lots of tears. Well, I want to thank you both so much for being with us. We have to think about, grapple with the future of downtown and what we build and how we build it and who we build it for, and what diversity looks like in terms of people and spaces. So thank you all very much for being part of this very important discussion. Look forward to being partners as we continue to move in this direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And let me apologize. We're going to do one last recess for 10 minutes, just to give one of our panelists an opportunity to get here. They are not very far. So the time's now 2:06. We will resume at about 2:15. We are in a brief recess. We are Zoom. Thanks again for your patience. Our last panel of four will be two panels of two to accommodate schedules. So we are going to bring in virtually John Wang, founder of Queens Night Market in Queens, New York, and Ethan Elliston, Executive Director of the Music and Cultural Coalition of New Orleans, who also will be joining us virtually. I want to thank you both for being with us. As we talk about the future of downtown, we cannot talk about it without discussing the cultural aspects of a place where I think DC has done some good work over the years, but when I think about some other jurisdictions in this nation, the investment that they've made in the arts, it really makes me think about opportunities for our future where we can improve. So I'm excited to have both of you with us. John Wayne, we will start with you. You can begin your testimony if you are ready.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Sorry, I'm at the airport about to fly to Italy, so I might get interrupted by flight announcements, but I will try to get through my testimony. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. As the council member mentioned, I'm the founder and owner of the Queens Night Market in New York City. My in-laws live in DC, and my toddler was born at GW just 3 years ago, so I'm not a total outsider, I promise. The Queens Night Market is an open-air night market featuring over 100 local vendors and live local performances on Saturday nights. Since we launched in 2015, we've welcomed almost 4 million visitors, represented over 95 countries through our vendors and their food, and launched approximately 450 brand new businesses in New York City. We average approximately 20,000 visitors per night. In terms of official accolades, we've been rated #1 by the New York Times for affordable dining, rated #1 place to eat outdoors by New York Magazine. And even though we aren't technically a restaurant, we were rated the #9 best restaurant in New York City by the New York Times last year. We're subsequently relegated to #23 this year, but hopefully we'll be back up in the top 10 next year. We launched with 2 uncompromising but intertwined missions. The first was to be New York City's most affordable community space, which we pursued by imposing a unique $5 price cap on all food for purchase. That was later raised to $6, where it has remained since. And the second mission was to be New York City's most diverse and most welcoming community space, which we pursue with unique vendor curation policies designed to maximize representation. Over the last 7 or 8 years, food-focused events have really taken the US by storm. I think much of this has to do with social media and how easy it can be to reach younger generations, especially when it comes to food. And I also think for a lot of would-be organizers and media companies, food events seem like low-hanging fruit for profit. Food events run the gamut in size, extravagance, budget, and mission. There are local food events hosted by community centers or houses of worship, and super buzzy, expensive, pretentious events on the other side of the spectrum. To be honest, I think many are copycats, tired iterations without much substance or any real social ambitions. And the business model is all too often scorched earth strategy at the expense of vendors and small businesses. And on a personal, professional level, I've never wanted to be associated with any event if it wasn't affordable or reflective of the local communities. In fact, I feel community and affordability are inextricably linked. And so if you're serious about affordability, you absolutely need to create a low risk, low barrier to entry business environment, which is not easy to accomplish. I'm no urban planner or social scientist, so I can't really attest to what community-focused events have on a city or neighborhood in the long term. But my best guess is that what matters in the long run probably isn't the number of people you draw or how many social media hits you get, but the story that's told, how genuinely it's told and then retold, and ultimately the legacy you leave. I suspect in 5 or 10 years, very few of the blips in this wave of food-focused events will have moved the needle in any way. Most will be long gone and long forgotten. And only the ones with authentic narratives that have a community-specific, localized resonance will have any permanent impact. So I think if you're going to organize or host a community food event for placemaking, or as a way to change or recast the narrative of a city or a neighborhood, you'd be wise to leverage, highlight, and celebrate the assets that are unique to your city and to your neighborhood. So just spitballing here, as I told Francesca, I would suggest something like DC Embassy Nights. And honestly, given how much time I spend in DC, I'd be happy to consult on such a project. But before I overcommit myself, I want to part with a few notes of caution on the right organizational structure to successfully produce these kinds of events, which is tricky. Nonprofits are often bloated and inefficient without a keen eye on the economics, while private companies are often too focused on profits, leading to astronomical vendor fees, which encourages price gouging of customers. Finding the right balance and right personnel is very difficult and very rare. So that's the end of my testimony. I'll be happy to stick around Q&A session as long as I don't board the plane before then. Thanks for the opportunity and the privilege.
Thank you so much for being with us and for making time even as you are about to fly internationally. We will move to Ethan Elstead, Executive Director of the Music and Cultural Coalition of New Orleans. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, and thank you for having me as well. I am coming at you from my living room, nowhere near as exciting. I'm traveling nowhere. I'm just here. But thank you. I'm going to highlight a couple things. So I'm going to talk quickly and try to work through it. I'm the Executive Director of the Music and Culture Coalition of New Orleans, also known as MACNO. We work at the intersection of culture, public policy, and social justice work. We know that we can't have a thriving New Orleans unless our cultural communities can thrive as well. And sometimes that can mean needing extra support. A lot of our work actually works at what I always talk about as kind of the least exciting part of culture, which is like land use regulation, zoning, noise ordinance, the issues that are really impactful as to how and where culture can happen, but aren't always intuitive for folks that are doing the culture. So how do we navigate that and work great policies that really support music in the culture community? First thing I'd like to highlight is how we work to create outdoor live entertainment regulations in New Orleans. Previous to COVID, it turns out there was a hiccup in our zoning law that essentially made outdoor live entertainment at businesses illegal to have at almost any business in New Orleans. And that was because our zoning code said that for live performances, doors and windows must be closed during live performance. Our zoning administrator interpreted that to say because there were no doors and windows outside, you could not close them. Therefore, you could not host live entertainment in your business, or I'm sorry, outdoors at your business. Obviously, we thought that was a not correct, I will say, interpretation of that code. But because that was the law, we had to work to change the zoning code. Of course, what happened during COVID, there was a widespread adoption of outdoor live entertainment in spaces to allow musicians to work, to allow people to see music safely. But that was temporary. And what was going to happen when the essentially the COVID restrictions or allowances were rescinded as things came back to normal, they were going to once again shut down outdoor live entertainment spaces in the city, even though businesses may have already invested, tens of thousands of dollars in creating that space. So it became a point of urgency to regularize what outdoor live entertainment could look like, but also knowing that outdoor live entertainment can have particular influences on surrounding neighborhoods. And so we actually worked with our city council to work with them to create some focus groups that got heard from musicians, business owners, and residents about what may be allowable and what people may work with to move forward and create some recommendations. And then the city council members themselves started to have focus groups and meetings with folks that were much more opposed to it so they could work out what their issues are. And so we could find a way to meet in the middle. And ultimately, through that process, we're able to come up with some regulations that made it a conditional use citywide. So there was going to be a lever for neighborhood input no matter what, that created a limited number of nights a week, some time limits. But what it didn't do was create limits on what type of music could be. And that was one of our biggest points. You can't just say you can only have a 3-piece jazz trio, because that itself becomes limiting culturally. So we want to create, spaces for culture to be able to grow, but in a way that also is neighborhood friendly. So that's one piece. Another thing we recently worked with City Council on was musician pay. Musician pay in New Orleans has not gone up in real dollars in decades. Musicians are still making maybe $100, $120 a gig. And so we worked with, again, City Council to figure out levers that we could start to push that upwards, because we know that if musicians can't afford to live in the city, then we're going to lose that. So it doesn't matter if we have outdoor live entertainment if the musicians themselves can't be there to play. With that, we worked based on a model in Austin to create a wage floor for musicians at city-funded events that's $200 per hour per musician. And again, we work with the local community and musicians and venue owners to make sure that it worked, because the context in New Orleans is different than the context in Austin. Our bands are bigger. We have brass bands. There are maybe 8 to 10 members. So we had to figure out something that allowed larger bands and not just the 5 members they had in Austin. So through that process, we were able to work with it to pass that legislation so that musicians at city-funded events will have that wage floor. Now the hope is that through that setting that wage floor, it will then push private events and private businesses to start raising their pay rates as well. It was just implemented, so a lot of that effect will remain to be seen. But again, we can't solve the affordable housing crisis, but we can create ways that create greater economic opportunity for our artists and culture bearers here. Finally, I know I might be running over, so I'll be quick. New Orleans has a very robust street performance tradition here, but often that becomes a point of conflict, culture and public space. People may complain about the musicians. Musicians may not know the rules. So we worked as an outside organization to create a guide to street performance in New Orleans that is both available digitally, and we've given out hard copies, and it outlines all the rules and regulations for street performance. And the audience is not just for performers and musicians, but also for business owners, for law enforcement, for people that are interested, so that everyone gets the baseline of what is allowed. So even if there's an issue, we're all coming from the same starting point, which then eliminate some of that tension that can be between law enforcement and a performer. If neither one knows what the ordinance is, then you're setting up a conflict that's almost bound to create larger issues. That is, again, we work with, we always work with community, we always work with musicians, we also work with the city attorney. We work with other stakeholders, civil rights attorneys, to make sure everything that in that brochure was accurate as to what city code was, created advice, and was accessible to folks in language that they understood. And with that, I've been talking a lot, so I will stop there. But thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate you talking. It's incredibly helpful information for us. Let me start with John Wayne. Where did the concept for your market come from? Is there a model that exists somewhere that you saw somewhere else in the country or in another country?
Yeah, the origin of the night market concept came my childhood summers spent in Taiwan. But there are night markets, all over the world, in Asian countries, in Middle Eastern countries, and Latin countries, pretty much anywhere other than the US. But so the sort of open air market that happened at night was taken from previous travels, but the focus on affordability and diversity and representation was something I don't want to say I invented anything, but something I focused on, and was not a paradigm I was aware of existing before I sort of took it on. And I think I had the benefit of not having been in the event producing industry before, so I wasn't bound by any sort of best practices or preconceived notions of what an event could or should be, and I got to, in some ways, reinvent the wheel. And I think that gave me some advantages in terms of creating a community event.
And the location for the market, is it in an open space, or is it on a street that's shut down for the market at a certain time?
Yeah, we have a sort of unique location arrangement. We technically operate in a public park, Flushing Meadows Corona Park to be specific, which also houses the New York Mets and the US Open. But we get a little bit of flexibility because we have a private we have a lease with a private operating entity, which is a museum in the park, which was created for the World's Fair. So we sort of sit on quasi parks land.
Does that change the economic model? I mean, we have public parks here, but does that change the economic model, or is that part of what allows you to make sure the market is affordable?
It really depends on the park in New York City. My guess is if I had to contract directly with parks for Flushing Meadows, that this would be cost prohibitive. There are there's a sort of tiered pricing structure in New York City that, for the flagship parks is very, very cost prohibitive. Some other parks have much cheaper rents, so-called rents. But it's a long story that probably would take some meetings afterward to sort of walk you through some of the nuances of working with the city government in New York.
Well, but beyond that, why is or how is the dining affordable? There are certain, fixed costs, the cost of food and materials, labor. What do you do differently that allows it to be affordable that others could think about replicating?
Yeah, a lot of things. I think the sort of long answer is that for 8 years, I was the only employee at the Queens Night Market. So I had zero regular staff, zero regular wages, including to myself. And so there's a lot of sacrifice I think that happened. And again, that was because I didn't know better and I wanted to create what I wanted to create and would do almost anything to make that happen. But a lot of it is internalizing stuff, figuring out ways. I went out and bought a bunch of tents as a very early decision instead of renting them from production companies or asking vendors to bring their own. I bought a ton of chairs and picnic tables that we rented at cost to vendors. And part of the reason it's affordable is because of the vendor, the vendors who apply could be instead of charging $5 or $6 for their dishes at the Queens Night Market, could be selling them for $15, $20 at any other food festival in New York City. So it's a little bit self-selective in terms of the vendors that apply. They're not, almost sort of by necessity, they're not profit maximizing, which changes both the character of the event, I think, in a very positive way. So it's a mix of sort of the operations and the willingness to sacrifice, and also having vendors who buy into what you're trying to create.
Is the market open in the winter?
No, we operate from April through October.
Okay. And I mean, what would you say is the communal benefit of having an affordable market? What does this add to a community?
Yeah, so there's a long history here, but I can tell you when I first pitched the idea to community boards in the area, they were all against it. They sort of said, "Why are you being an agent of gentrification? You're just going to bring in an expensive festival that's exclusive and cost prohibitive." And I tried to assure them that was not my vision. And now the local community boards are our biggest proponents. They are our regulars that come week in, week out. And there's something what I like to tell people when they ask if it was worth it. It's been a long 10 years, but usually there's a moment every Saturday when I sort of look out onto the crowd of 5, 10, 15, 20,000 people. It looks like a cross section of New York City in every background and every sort of category you could think of: socioeconomic, skin color, the walks of life. And yet they're all happy, right? So it was sort of to prove one inspiration I did get from the sort of night markets in my travels, that it seemed like the whole city descended upon these events and were joyous and happy, and they tended to be affordable. So I think it's a gathering place, a happy gathering place, an oasis, especially in cities, like a sort of oasis where it's not going to bust your wallet to spend time with your family and your friends and sort of your neighbors.
Is there do you have any calculations on the economic benefit to the borough or to the city?
It's hard for me to say the economic benefit to the city, but I can tell you that, for instance, last year, our vendors who charged only $5 or $6 for their dishes were bringing in about, on average, $2,500 a night, which is, we only operate 26 nights a year, but 2,500 times 26 nights is not a terrible outing. So I can give you economic numbers across sort of how the sort of businesses do in terms of to the city. It's hard to say because I'm not sure it's a $1 to $1 ratio, but I can tell you, hundreds of thousands of dollars of business money generated for small businesses.
And Based on your experience over these past 10 years, what could a government, DC government, do to incentivize experiences or opportunities like that in the city? What could we do to make that easier to replicate?
Yeah, I think a lot of it really has to do with one, the bureaucracy of getting the permits, and two, the economics of it. As I said, New York City, for better or worse, has a very rigid tiered pricing structure, which is cost prohibitive at, for instance, the flagship parks, but a completely very affordable one at, parks that are underutilized. Two, I just read an article fairly recently, I think about San Francisco and the Department of Health. And not to say that, all our vendors operate with licenses and they all have their requisite Department of Health permits. But, I think I read something about San Francisco's government having very, very onerous policies around street vending, and, the entry fee to get your foot in the door was several $1,000s versus at the Queens Night Market, or it might be $100. So a bit of, financial incentives, or just sort of lowering the barrier to entry financially, and making sure that your bureaucratic policies and regulations allow such things to exist economically.
No, I appreciate that. I'm gonna let you go and turn to Ethan Elliston, because I know you gotta jump on a flight, but is there anything you'd like to add before you drop off? You're on mute, John. Well, John, I want to thank you very, very much for joining us. It's been incredible.
Yep. So sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
my flight's boarding, so thank you guys. Feel free to reach out with any questions. I'm happy to continue the conversation. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks so much. Ethan, is there a calculable benefit that you have been able to identify to outdoor music in New Orleans, or even live music at small venues?
So there's not sort of a large aggregate number, unfortunately, to say we've done X number of dollars to the city. With some of the venues during COVID, certainly there were numbers they put out. There's one of the large venues that developed during COVID. It's called the Broadside, and for the first 18 months they did, they said they put about $500,000 in the pockets of performers during that time. Of course, that's a partial, and it's during when outdoor live entertainment itself was there exclusively. But I think we're getting to the point now where we need to actually do that study. There's 2 points of it. One is, what is this allowing to do, and what is the equity analysis of the policies that have changed? I can say, on the flip side of that, one of the big challenges that made it important to legalize it was the cost of a special event permit you would have had to purchase in order to have outdoor live entertainment, was cost prohibitive for small businesses. You would have been paying hundreds of dollars every time you wanted to set up a guitar player in the courtyard of every coffee shop. So there was a tremendous equity issue just of who do you have access to do it, that this eliminated. But in terms of the full economic benefit, I think that remains to be seen. The last part of it, I would also say, during COVID certainly, but even as the pandemic is, that phase of it is over. There are still some people that much prefer to go to outdoor events, or some musicians that prefer to do outdoor events. That still creates a health benefit for folks that may not otherwise be out going to that. And they're also some of the only family friendly events. So much of our music takes place in bars, etc., that there aren't a lot of places where you can take young children to be out and see music. And these are largely venues in which you can do that.
I asked that question only because I think it's really helpful to have data. But at least in DC, there's not a ton of debate about whether or not live music and the arts are a benefit to the city, or even a benefit to our economy. And it is something that requires investment. You spoke about pay for
Yeah, it has been sort of in some ways musician pay has been the issue in New Orleans forever. I guess it's for lack of a better way to put it. In that people know in real dollars that musicians are largely making the same they were making 30 years ago. They were making $100 a gig then, they're making $100 a gig now. The challenge with that is that so much of it is uh, based on venue or people performing for tips, and it's very difficult not to crack in terms of how to get to a space where we're starting to raise that pay with you. You can't force a business to pay bands better necessarily, and we're a right to work state. So it was looking at just the ways we could use the levers of government in the ways that we could to push it forward. In terms of finding the number itself, it was helpful because there was pre-existing legislation in Austin, which is similar, but I think not as extensive issues with musician pay that we could start it at. Well, Austin did this at $200 an hour. Um, is that reasonable in New Orleans? And also the argument is why would we want our musicians to make less? So just having that baseline was there. Um, and there were when we did focus groups, musicians themselves came up with issues just in terms of there's got to be an hour minimum for a gig, so people aren't hiring people for 30 minutes, paying half, and then there's still an opportunity cost there to make sure that was there. And again, to figure out band size. So in the ordinance itself, if you are a band of 10 or more, the pay is capped at 2,000 per hour for the band rather than work musician because it can become, of course, very unwieldy. And then larger bands may just never be booked. So working out and kind of figuring out where those details and push points were. And the flip side of that also being in the focus groups, there are things you don't necessarily want legislated. And so making sure that musicians themselves were able to figure out um, you know, things that they may want to have some leeway on, and not put they didn't have to put everything in the ordinance. It just was enough to get the major points and then figure out the best in terms of gigs. So I think the example there, for example, was the way that payments were made because some musicians want it individually, some are going through a band leader, some want it different ways. We decided don't put that in the ordinance. The city itself already has a contracting process, work through that. And then when it comes to some pay distribution, the band itself can figure that out. We didn't think it was appropriate for, government to dictate to bands themselves of how they should distribute the resources that they get.
With outdoor music, you mentioned some of this, but I might have missed the details. But when you all were working out those regulations, how did you address the volume of the music, which is sometimes something that gets controversial sometimes?
100%. So, one, there is an existing noise ordinance here. A challenge with it is it's not terribly enforceable. So we try to look at how we address volume in other ways, and that was largely by restriction of time and number of days per week, so that music generally stops at 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. It could be extended through the conditional use process. And it can't be 7 nights a week till midnight at a venue. It's not possible. We also looked at distance of stages from residences. So there was at one point a minimum distance of where a stage could be, so that you couldn't have a big outdoor space directly at the lot line of a private residence. So it creates somewhat of a buffer zone there. And then, I think soundproofing often gets added as a proviso from the CPC itself. And then the last piece was just to make sure there was a regulatory structure that if there is a complaint, there is a place to make that complaint. And I think one thing that hasn't come online yet that was part of the ordinance was to put together a list of all out venues that have been approved for outdoor music with the restrictions that they've got on them. So if they were in fact in violation, you could go double check and check to see what was allowed or not. And all those just as kind of redundancy, and partly because number one itself has a history of not enforcing volume restrictions particularly well. So we want to make sure there was a different structure to address some of those issues. If a decibel reading, for example, wasn't being taken, you clearly your music stops at 10. If it's 10, 15 music still going on, you're in violation. Decibels can be harder, can be more subjective unless you've got the physical reader itself, and even the ones on the phone may not be accurate.
Hmm. I'm sorry, did you say on the phone, who does the decibel readings and what?
So
what
the
you do it?
Well, we've got the Department of Health here is supposed to do the decibel testing. We also now have an Office of Nighttime Economy, the quote unquote night mayor in his office that will go out, do some readings and work with the venues themselves. But the city now has actual decibel readers, they're about $3,500 that are professional quality that can get readings that are legally admissible if they're calibrated correctly. You can do a decibel reading on your phone through an app. It just may not be as accurate, and therefore, if there is a challenge, and it may not be taken correctly, so it can give you an idea, but may not be sound data itself. But the decibel readers are commercial decibel readers, that acoustician would use, an audio professional.
Okay. So I know most of your focus is outdoor music, but we, like a lot of small and mid-sized cities right now, have a lot of empty office space. Do you have any experience with or thoughts around how we utilize, at least on a temporary basis, some of our empty office space to provide opportunities for positions?
Yeah, we said a similar conversation here. Obviously, we're having similar issues, and when I was working with the city's Office of Economic Development to go through the zoning of downtown and look through the things and figure out where the restrictions were, and some of them it looked at were actually fairly arbitrary, and so there may be restrictions that were put in for some reason that may not work, and there were things like a recording studio wasn't allowed, and this is just a hypothetical, but a radio station was something like that just they don't make sense. And so those were pretty easy things you could kind of go through and make some non-controversial changes that open things up that may not be a nightclub or a live music venue, but they're creating other avenues for people to create, an art studio, a rehearsal studio, all those things that can sort of start to repurpose, but may not, much as I love obviously live music venues, we also know that they can be points of conflict when they're trying to be introduced into a residential or a mixed use setting. So it can allow different opportunities for people to work and create, that may be easier to work out rather than have the challenge of getting a nightclub introduced.
And what can we as a government or as a city do to incentivize more outdoor music?
Yeah, I mean, one, create spaces that are attractive for people to set up. I mean, and it's similar, I was supposed to a night market. If you want places that are comfortable, that you can hang out in, that are real amenities in addition to just having the music, right? There was a brewery here that had outdoor music at one point, and it was nice, but they had no shade. And so to go there and then, in the summer, even at a 4 or 5 p.m. was just impossible, because they hadn't thought through what the full aspect of it is. You can't just have a band show up and have an event. You've got to create a space where people want to be. The family aspect is really important here. I suspect in many other places that your family can enjoy a show that otherwise maybe 18 or 21 and up, and you can do it with other amenities. But I would also say on the flip side, it is it's crucial to create those reassurances with people that maybe have businesses or residents that are in close enough proximity that that it could be impacted. And that can be a subsidy for soundproofing in outdoor spaces. You know, you can figure out ways to soundproof, to direct sound. Down here, we've been trying to think about ways we can combine sound management and water management in spaces, or you know, other creative ways to do it that again alleviates the concerns that particularly happen when people are talking about music outdoors. Um, but you know, again, and also, you know, subsidize musicians, right? I mean, if you pay them, they will play. Certainly. So if you can do that, you know, with those kind of things, it we can do it, and once it's successful, it will only continue to grow.
Now, what about other things? Because I was wondering if you were gonna get to subsidizing and paying, so I'm glad you did, but there are other struggles that seem common to artists, especially practicing artists, housing and practice of art space. Is there, are there any success stories with either of those in New Orleans that we could be looking at for DC?
You know, immediately immediately post Katrina, and this is precedes my time, but they did set up the Musicians Village, which really was creating home ownership opportunities for musicians in the reconstruction post Katrina. I think moving forward from that, there are possible subsidies that you can do, but it becomes tricky because the affordable crisis here is so acute that it's really hard to target it that way. So what we've been thinking about, you know, beyond, you know, there's an extremely limited number of affordable housing for artists that some nonprofits have created, but you know, we're talking about 75 units or something like that in total. And so it's helpful, but it's not necessarily enough. So we really struggle with lack of affordable housing and displacement as things gentrify and people are displaced. What we've been trying to think through organizationally and with partners is how can we find some kind of um, pressure points essentially that we could alleviate that would stop what could be a financial crisis from happening. And so we've been thinking about what does an emergency grant program look like for artists, for musicians that could address something like that. And it may be as simple as your instrument was stolen, you can't get to your gig and you start to then having these financial issues. It can be any number of things. It could be a medical crisis. Um, because we can stop potentially what could end up being a catastrophic financial situation if we address it on the front end. And we can do that faster than we can build the, you know, the tens of thousands of affordable housing units that we need. So, you know, for us, that's been looking at the assistant levels that we can do to kind of stem the crisis, because addressing it in a larger way is going to be a much larger uh, undertaking um, that if we don't do something first, it won't happen in time.
Right. Along the lines of just creating the environment for artists to thrive, because I want to see a significant amount of arts and artists in our downtown and around our city. In addition to artists, that requires housing, that requires artist space and practice space. But there was something that I thought I saw last time I was in New Orleans, which has been some years now, but I haven't been able to find it. Is there a health insurance specifically for artists in New Orleans? Is that something you're aware of?
So there is the musicians clinic here. Yep, which provides medical services to musicians specifically, yes. And they are, and certainly I'm happy to connect you with them. I was actually just on a panel with them yesterday. And they do amazing work, but also, you know, they're in a constant search for funding as well. So and they're addressing, again, health concerns on the back end. So it's also work on how do we eliminate some of the widespread disparities. We have health disparities in New Orleans on the front end. They've got to be combined in terms of, you know, addressing support. And increasingly, I know folks have been looking at mental health issues here as well, because there isn't often a mental health crisis that is unaddressed that can, again, lead to these cascading issues. But the musicians clinic is a really good model in terms of providing care particularly to elders. And we've been looking at ways, healthy food access, things like that. We have a lot of food deserts, particularly with elders that aren't able to reach food, and in the cultural community, it's just as acute. So how do we work with younger generations and older generations to start creating opportunities, even if it's, backyard gardens, things like that, that can, again, work together to address those disparities. Um, you know, the insurance, the clinic takes care of a lot of it, but is again, it's not a full solution. It's addressing the biggest crisis.
Well, I appreciate that. I thought I saw that building as I was moving along and couldn't remember the name, but it seemed like the type of thing we needed to understand here in DC. So I'll say, I do see some bands from New Orleans here in DC, sometimes like in our communities and community events. And I think some of our folks, I know for a fact some of our folks, including some of our go-go bands, go down to New Orleans. And so I hope that part of our future as we embrace the arts is more of those types of cultural exchanges that give more opportunities for our artists and for our respective cities to grow and thrive. But I really want to thank you for being part of this really important discussion today, and hope you'll continue to be a partner as we navigate the path forward for the vision of our downtown.
Definitely, I appreciate this. I've been following, the Dope Mute DC and other things that are happening up there as well. There is so much connection, culturally and issue wise, that I think I'd love to be able to see this conversation and collaboration continue.
I appreciate it. We have an active and very talented community of artists here, so you'll continue to see more.
That's great. Thank you all so much.
Well, I want to thank all of our witnesses who have joined us today. I want to thank you for your time and attention to what is really one of the most important issues that we could be focused on in DC right now, even though the future of downtown is not the top of most people's list of the most important things that we should do. When we understand how much of our local budget comes from downtown, and losing that money would impact schools, teachers, affordable housing, programs and services across the cities. We cannot lose sight of how much this impacts everything else that we want to do. And not to mention the fact that if we do nothing, as Dr. Fitzroy Lee from the Chief Financial Officer's office suggested, we are going to be in financial trouble, as we heard from Polling. In trouble for quite some time if we don't figure this out. So our challenge is to figure out with clarity where we're going. It will not be 100% certainty, but we have got to devise our destination, figure out our timeline, and create the vehicle to get there. So I'm going to keep pushing for us to do that in short order. I also want to thank the Square for hosting us, and to have a conversation about the future of downtown, to be able to do that in a space that really shows what you can do, even with a once outdated office building. I know you all are just seeing me, but what I'm looking out at is really pretty phenomenal in so many ways, in terms of the aesthetic, in terms of the number and diversity of food spaces and other spaces in the building. As we close, if anyone is interested in keeping up with the committee's work and finding ways to get involved, please sign up at robertwhite@large.com so we can be in touch with updates. The record for this hearing will be held open until the close of business on Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. Anyone who's interested in submitting written testimony for the official record can do so through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. That's lims, LIM as in Michael S. .dccouncil.gov/hearings. The business before this committee is finished for today. The time is 3:10 p.m. This roundtable